Now live.
Thank you, Adrian. Good afternoon, City of Las Cruces and residents. Welcome to our first work session. It's Monday, January 11th at approximately 1:01. And before we stand for the pledge, I want to acknowledge a few things. The horrific act of violence in our nation's capital, to say I was not surprised is an understatement. To know our president and some members of Congress incited the violence in the name of voter fraud is a breach to our democracy. These acts of violence should not be ignored. This council should take a stand denouncing the act of violence and call for the expulsion of members of Congress and the resignation of the 45th President of the United States. Lastly, I want to express my deep condolences for the death of the officers Brian D. Sicknick and Howard Lepingood. These are officers that were protecting our nation's capital. With that, will you please rise and join me in the pledge? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, next on our agenda is Pets of the Week. Jennifer Martinez.
Good afternoon, Mayor Pro Tem and Council. I'm going to share my screen with you. Let's see. Are you able to see the screen?
Yes.
Okay. I am Jennifer Martinez with the city's communications office, and today I would like to introduce you to Aria. She is very friendly, but still a little timid until she gets to know you. But once she does, she's very personable. She loves to walk and be out and about, and she also loves to be around other dogs too. And then we have Brad Pitt. He is the most handsome cat on the block. He loves everybody and has a big heart. When Brad Pitt first came to the Animal Service Center, he was injured, but everyone helped him to get better. And he loves to play and cuddle, and snuggling is his favorite thing, and he can't wait to be the star of your home. If you're interested in adopting either Aria or Brad Pitt, you can visit ascmv.org/adoptions. You'll go ahead and look up the pet that you're interested in adopting. The cost is $25. You'll look for their animal number. Call to make an appointment at the number on your screen, 3820018. As of right now, the offsite adoption events are still canceled until further notice. There's some tips as we get a little bit cooler. It's been cooler out this week in the 20s in the morning and then only up to the 50s some days. Keep pets indoors as much as possible during the cooler winter weather. Use a towel if you take them out for a walk for their feet or stomach if you feel frost or snow. Water bowls can freeze, so make sure there is access to fresh water outside if they must remain outside. Check twice before starting your car. Cats sometimes like to warm themselves on engines of vehicles close to your engine, so make sure you do check. Bathe pets less frequently in the winter to keep their skin healthy. And as always, the communications office has been bringing you COVID-19 information. If you go to our website, COVID19LasCruces.com, you can find the Las Cruces and Doñana dashboard. There you'll find some information about the confirmed cases in New Mexico and down to the county level, so you can find out information at Doñana County's level. Counties color-coded in the red to green framework. You can see that right now Catron County is the only one that's showing up there in yellow. Steps to prevent illness, you'll find tips on that. Also, how to protect yourself, all that's available and more at COVID19LasCruces.com. And Mayor Pro Tem, I thank you for your time. Have a great afternoon.
Thank you so much, Jennifer. Those pets are beautiful. I'm sure they won't have any problem getting adopted. So let's encourage our constituency to get out there and adopt these pets. Thanks so much. Next on our agenda is Jobs of the Week. I believe Cindy is on the line for us.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon.
Hi, Cindy.
Yes. How are you?
Good, good. How are you?
Good, good. Thank you. Okay, so for this week's Jobs of the Week, we have a heavy equipment operator, senior position with a treatment plant for our city of Las Cruces, and this position is open until filled. Our next position we have is a paid engineering intern with General Dynamics Mission Systems. This position is closing on January the 21st, 2021. There's also a warehouse associate 1 position open with Core and Main LP. This position closes on March 20th of 2021. We also have we also have a cashier position open with the Salvation Army. This position closes 3/23 of 2021. And our other position we have available is customer service representative for medical equipment with the Oxygen Therapy Associates Incorporated. And this position closes on March 26th, 2021. But for a full list of all our jobs and internships and volunteer opportunities, you can visit us at www.employnewmexico.com/ and you can also visit our www.governmentjobs.com/career/Las Cruces. And to contact us here locally at our Las Cruces, New Mexico Workforce Connections, our contact information, our phone number is 575-524-6250. Our location is at 226 South Alameda Boulevard, Las Cruces, New Mexico, 88005, and our webpage is www.employ.com. Thank you so much and have a wonderful week.
Thank you, Cindy. I appreciate it. Have a great.
Thank you. Thank you. You do the same.
Okay, on to our next agenda item is 3.1, Las Cruces International Airport lease and rates analysis. I believe Andy Hume will be discussing. And folks, if I forget, please remind me, we have some general comments from the public. So remind me to read those. Andy, I don't see you. You
We are.
are.
Good afternoon, Madam Mayor Pro Tem and Council. My name is Andy Hume, and I serve as the Airport Administrator for Las Cruces International Airport. It's good to see everyone here today on a Monday. We have actually a series of presentations embedded into one. I will get my screen going here for everybody. All right, am I up and running?
I see the screen and all the slides. You want to?
Perfect. So I'm sorry, did you say you do see my email or my presentation?
I see the screen and the slides, Andy.
Perfect. Okay.
No, I do not.
Yep. That's what.
No worries. Take your time, Andy.
There we go. Okay. It's I think this is one of my first longer presentations I've given here. So pardon my fumbling around a little bit. So
no worries.
So as you mentioned, Madam Chair, we're going to be talking about a lease analysis report that was conducted on behalf of the Las Cruces International Airport, and we're going to be going into a little bit of detail on the study itself, as well as some of recommendations that we'll be covering here. Here's a brief outline of the presentation. We're going to sort of set the table for the discussion at the outset. We're going to have a presentation by our consultant, Du Bois & King. We'll also have a brief presentation about local economic considerations by Kyle Eager, our city economist. And then we'll go through some various proposed rate options based on that information. And then we'll conclude with some next steps and welcome some discussion and direction from City Council. So to provide a little bit of background, there is a document called the FAA Grant Assurances, and it's the sponsor, which is us as a city, are required to basically to conduct our business in a certain way. There's actually 39 grant assurances, and if we accept money from the FAA, which we do on an annual basis, we need to be adhering to these grant assurances. This one in particular, grant assurance number 24, specifically deals with a rate and fee structure. And the goal is to use this structure to make the airport as financially self-sustaining as possible under the circumstances existing at the particular airport. And I'll repeat this a couple more times as we go through the presentation. So we need a structure, we need to work toward financial self-sustaining, and we need to take into consideration what's going on at our airport, what services we provide, and as we'll talk about in a little bit later on, the economic considerations in our area. So we also have other local plans that really drive what we're trying to accomplish, looking at growth goals for our airport. And then, as always, you really want to review your leases and your rates on a regular basis. In our particular case, we have not done a comprehensive review since 2003. So it's been quite a while since we've reviewed all of our rates and fees and looked at these as a whole. We've looked at a couple of individually, but as a whole, we haven't looked at them in a while. So what are the goals of this project? So one, as I just mentioned, a comprehensive review that's needed to take place. Also, we want to simplify and standardize the language. Over the years, the lease language has evolved and changed and morphed a little bit here and there. And so what we want to do is we want to make sure that all of the federal, state, and local requirements are being met. All of those clauses meet those requirements. And then also we want to do the same thing with the rates. We want to standardize them and make sure they're across the board, that they're reviewed properly. We'll talk about differentiating between private use and land use rates in a little bit later on, but it's important to make that differentiation. And right now, as an airport, we don't do that. And so we'll talk about that in a little more detail. And then, as always, you want to apply industry and best management practices. And that's a big reason why we do reviews like this, and we endeavor to apply the recommendations. I just want to give you a brief review up to this point of where we are in the project. It's been going on for a while. Of course, we had to adjust with COVID. We've had to adjust how we meet and how we gather public input and all these types of things, and also meeting with the consultant. But we've gotten to this point here. Here we are with the council work session, and I really want to emphasize the not just the quantity but the quality of the public involvement that we've had. Yes, we have to go through the process; it's required. We understand that, but at a number of points through this presentation, I'm going to emphasize where specific public comments have been made that have really provided some better recommendations that we're coming forward to you with. So I want to say that because it's critical not just to check the box, as sometimes that's sort of the cynical way of looking at it. We don't do that. We want to make sure that we're looking at that input carefully and applying it to the recommendations that we're making. So the Economic Development Department received an EDA grant to do some planning, and this planning included a look at the lease analysis. So we're very happy to utilize some of that federal funding for this project. Now, we went through the RFQ process, and we selected Du Bois & King. And at this point, it is my privilege to introduce Mr. Guy Roel. He is the Director of Aviation Planning at Du Bois & King, and also want to recognize Dayton Kreitz, who's a senior planner with them. And at this point, I'd like to turn it over to Guy. A review of the results of their findings and their research.
Thank you, Andy.
Very well.
Hi.
Good afternoon. How is everyone?
Good.
Thank you. Sorry if I seem a little rushed. I just barely was allowed into the meeting. So I was listening on the phone. So I am caught up. And thank you, Andy, for that introduction. And so I'm pleased to be here. Yes, as Andy had mentioned, we were selected to assist Andy with this project. This project is kind of a, we were fortunate to be selected again. We have helped the airport with other projects such as the other planning projects in the past. So we were well suited and willing and able, and the timing was right to actually start on this. Andy, if we go to the next slide, the lease analysis itself really had multiple scopes. I'm going to focus in just on the first two today, but I just wanted you to know that the scope of the project really was, first and foremost, was to analyze the current leases on the airfield to ensure that, one, folks are being charged an equal and fair rate amongst their peers, and more importantly, number two, was to ensure that the structure, form, and process that the airport had in place as it relates to the individual leases, because there are over 60 leases on the airfield, each one of which generates revenue for the airfield. We wanted to make sure that they were in compliance with, as Andy had mentioned earlier, those grant assurances. As Andy mentioned, there are a lot of them. It's very easy if you aren't careful to run afoul with these grant assurances. And the risk, what's the big risk? Well, not only could the FAA say you're in violation of your grant assurances and you no longer are going to receive funding for the airport, but they will also sometimes, it would certainly not be the case with Las Cruces, but I've seen it where they've also restricted the highway funding, the public transit funding, the rail funding. So it really is a important component to make sure you don't run afoul with the grant assurances. So we also in this scope had a couple other areas, as I mentioned before, airport revenue planning and implement. How do you implement the plan that we put together? Today we're going to focus really, Andy asked us to focus on the first two, which is the analysis and the lease review. So Andy, if we could change slides, please. Maybe. There we go. Thank you. To reiterate, as Andy had mentioned, why does an airport have rates and charges? Well, first and foremost, he mentioned Grant Assurance 24, which is basically to set the rates to ensure self-sustainability. The FAA wants the airport to be as sustainable as possible so that it does not, it can operate and it does not cause an unfair situation with folks, which runs into a second grant assurance. As Andy mentioned, there's close to 40 total, but Grant Assurance 22 is economic non-discrimination. Our firm does many of these analyses. Fortunately, your airport does not have any economic discriminatory issues, but there are some airports in the United States that because somebody is a little bit taller than somebody else, somebody has brown hair, somebody is has contributed a lot to the city, they feel as though, or their town or municipality, they feel as though they can give them a much fairer rate than somebody else. And the FAA does not want that. Everybody should pay an equal, fair and reasonable rate. So if we go to the next slide, Andy. So in our lease rate analysis, we wanted to evaluate many comparable airports. Now, I've only been doing this for 34 years and I'm learning something new every day. But I can tell you that not every airport is the same. In fact, on the next slide in a moment, Andy, we'll talk about, you've seen one airport, you've really only seen one airport. They're all different, but the analysis itself looked at airports that are comparable at a very detailed level, which we'll talk about in a moment. This is just a list of some of the airports. I can tell you that we wanted to get a kind of a comparable group of airports within the state of New Mexico. We also knew that folks would be curious what other states are doing. So we looked at other abutting states, such as Texas and Colorado, and why the outlier in the bottom right-hand corner, Rutland, Vermont. Well, I just happen to know this airport intimately. I used to be the airport manager. And so I knew that it had a lot of similarities with Las Cruces. So we did bring it in to show comparison to East Coast versus West Coast. So some were asking why, that is why. We could switch pages now. Next slide. So a lot of this was a very, very detailed comparison with other airports. We, as I mentioned before, the state we looked at how the FAA evaluates it, which is the fourth column, which is what they call the National Plan of Integrated Airport System service levels, NIPIAS, as the FAA calls it, whether it's general aviation versus private versus commercial services. We looked at, the regionals, if it's a regional airport versus a not regional, all the way to details such as what type of weather system do they have? Is it an airport similar to Las Cruces, which is a 139 airport, commercial services airport? So we did look at not only these elements of the lease. We can go to the next slide, Andy, but we also looked at many others. I think this is, as you click on it, some of the major categories that we evaluated, in addition to the slide you saw before, we looked at how the airports were funded. Are they funded through non-primary federal entitlement, primary entitlement, the facilities themselves, all the way down to, are they 139? The services that they provide, whether it's fuel sales, do they provide aircraft maintenance, flight training, aircraft for rent, pilot facilities, and then of course the leasing elements, such as do they have ability to store aircraft for local based aircraft and transients? How are the hangars occupied? Are they all full of airplanes? Are they all full of boats and personal stuff, which is not very much frowned on by the FAA? Does the airport have a development plan, such as what Andy and his team are developing, so that if a developer comes in, you've already got it laid out and you know where the infrastructure is going to be put down? Are permits already in place? We also looked at, are these aeronautical leases versus non-aeronautical leases? An aeronautical lease obviously is one of which would be like a fixed base operator, like you have two on the airfield, versus somebody just wants to do work. The airport has a building available and they lease property, like in the terminal building. You have some facilities that some could argue are aeronautical and others could argue are non-aeronautical. Does the airport pay for snow removal, or in this case, vegetation management, and do they have a pavement maintenance plan? Of all of the comparable airports, I can tell you Las Cruces is doing exceptionally well in most of these categories. But, we compared and put them into categories so that we could, and if we go to the next slide, in our methodology, we wanted to be able to rank these airports. The good news is that, Las Cruces maintains, as it says with the slides, they maintain facilities and services that rank in the 80th percentile. But what we found in our research is that they are only charging at about the 40th percentile, which means, the lease rates were fairly low. You could look at the bottom graphic, which shows the land lease rates. Average land lease rate was about 14 cents a square foot. That's the average. So there's some that are over and some that were below. And, but the services and facilities that they're providing, which are ranked in the 80th percentile, they're only really charging at the 40th. And I want to pause here for a second, because we're going to get into, in a moment, what the point of the project is to come back to Andy and team and present to them what's the highest, or what's the cap that is, as Andy mentioned earlier, what's the maximum amount that you could charge now? Not that the airport wants to do that, nor was it our recommendation that you charge at the maximum amount. but we wanted to show this is kind of the cap that you should go to. And based on the circumstances, which Andy will talk about the results of The Economist here in a moment, what's a happy medium compared to where you are today, compared to where you could go to, where do you land in the middle? And that we'll talk about in a few moments. But some airports had favorable scores to Las Cruces, of course, were Fort Collins and Amarillo and Lubbock, all kind of similar to Las Cruces from a score percentage, and then the overall percentile or the percentile ranking. Services are at 80, but you're only charging at about 40. So there is some room for improvement if this is the will of the people and of course the council. So if we could go to the next slide, Andy. Some assumptions I just kind of touched on them. Approval rates and fees. I have to tell you, I work with a lot of airports over my time, and the process that the city of Las Cruces has in play and has been followed is actually I shouldn't say actually, it's not surprisingly has been exceptionally well. They've had a lot of public involvement, a lot of public input, a lot of comments, and then the mere fact that Andy's taken it to the next step to an economist. Now he's before the council. It's a process that I wish it's actually a great template for other municipalities. I wish they would follow. Sometimes it's not as comprehensive, so it's been a good process. Some other assumptions that, although we had recommended that the lease rates could be changed, existing lease rates would be honored. So this is a kind of a phased approach is what we recommended. It takes time. You can't just walk in the next day and say effective immediately, everybody's rates are raised. It's not the way the FAA would allow, by the way. I spent a lot of time in DC with the FAA, and I brought this all the way up to Washington, DC to say, hypothetically, could they adopt the lease rate the next day and apply it to all leases? And the answer would be no. You have to honor the leases that are in place, and you have to work your way into these leases. So we found some leases that we've made some recommendations that should be reviewed, and we did review them, and they should have more thorough review, not many, to make sure that you're in compliance. And Andy has that information. New and renewing leases will be subject to adjusted lease rates, depending on the will of the council, and also, it's the way the council would like to go. Landing fees applied to commercial aircraft that are passenger carrying. Just to differentiate the two, what we would not want to do is we would never recommend, because I actually run a flight school, I would never recommend that a flight training facility pays a landing fee every time a student goes up in the air. I think it's counterintuitive. Without airplanes and pilots, you don't have an operating airport. So landing fees would apply to commercial passenger carrying. And that final assumption is our work has been passed off to Andy. And although we'll assist Andy in any way, Andy would work with the city council on the best path moving forward. So Andy, if we could go to the next slide. I can tell you one of the findings that we had, I just briefly wanted to talk about, and I think our goal was to, as it says in the top right, to minimize the administrative burden of the airport. There's a lot of leases here. There's a lot of hangars. And what I found is that they were at first very daunting to try to go through every lease. We read every lease line by line by line, which we'll talk about. But what we have is a nice tool, and the city uses it as well, is GIS. We brought all of your leases into a GIS database. And if you have a copy of this document in the end, it's a PDF, you can go into the electronic version of this, click on any one of these hangars in the document, and it will bring you to a GIS-based interface. And then you can click on the actual lease. The lease will pull up, and it tells you who it is, how long their lease is going on, for what they're paying for rent. So it's a great way to stay organized, and it's a great way for Andy to just bring his smartphone out in the field. Anybody can click on a hangar and know who's who and how long the lease is effective and what rate they're paying. So we did this organization for you guys. We also are going to train your GIS specialists and the property managers so that as Andy updates a lease and gets a new lease, he can go into, by way of example, hangar 20 on the bottom right, parcel 11, and just pull the old lease off, put the new lease in, and then it's a constantly dynamically updated document in real time. So we go to the next slide, Andy, please. I think I'm down to about 4 slides. We reviewed every one of the leases, 62 total leases we reviewed. Just a snapshot we put in the document that we wrote for Andy and the airport and the city is, 56% of your leases are land leases. And there's a lot of land there at the airport. And so the majority of your revenue from the airport comes from land leases, and then the sunshades, believe it or not. And then there's a few aeronautical facilities, and the FBOs, which Andy will talk more about that at another time. But one of the findings we had is the way that the FBOs are paying their leases. So that's why that number is smaller as a whole. So just a snapshot of how the leases are broken down. Andy, if we could go to the next slide, please. With all 62 leases, which equated to about 12 pages each, 60 times 62, it was a lot of reading. So to be organized, what we did is you can see across the top, all the columns. These are all of the different segments of all of your leases. We read each lease. We checked the box if it had a proper clause in there. And then where there were issues, we placed that they were issues. So it really gives Andy an opportunity to really focus in on those. And in some cases, they weren't necessarily an issue with enforcement or compliance with the FAA. But by way of example, lease number 1, right across the top, if you go over to the far right, non-discrimination, the FAA wants to make sure that every lease has a non-discrimination clause. This particular lease did not. So when this lease comes up for renewal, they'll want to use, the airport will want to use a new lease that has these elements that we're missing. And by the way, we wrote, part of our scope was to write a sample lease for the airport so that next time, and by the way, that lease will require legal review, but they'll be able to go into that and just pull that shelf lease off the table, off the shelf, I should say, and fill in the names and the lease amounts, and then there'll be no threat of not being in compliance with the FAA. But 25 lease elements reviewed, that's the top, all the columns, 31 total findings. Predominantly, the findings were minor. Many will be corrected with that template lease I spoke of, and many to be corrected when new leases are issued. So in all in all, the review was very well. And in fact, you'll see the word ideal in some places. We borrowed the language from those as we constructed a new template lease, because the way those were written, the city council lawyer did exemplary. The FAA would be very, very proud of them. So we did borrow a lot of the language from other leases. So if we go to the next slide, Andy, please. We firmly believe that if you're going to come in with a problem, you should come in with a solution. So we, of all of those findings, we documented all of them. We put them into categories. We not only pointed out where in the lease they required some assistance, but we also gave them who would be responsible and how would they do that. So how would they repair these findings? And this is just a sample of some of the findings that we had. And we've in the document is very detailed directions on how they can correct some of these. Andy, if we go to the next slide. And then there's back to Andy.
Thank you very much, Guy. I appreciate that. So what we are going to do, we're going to keep going through the presentation, and then please be writing down any questions or comments that you have, and then we'll sort of go through all the research and everything, and then we'll sort of sum up and have more more discussion. So at this point, what I'd like to do is I'd like to use this opportunity to shift gears and talk about a bit of research that was done by Mr. Kyle Eager on local economic considerations. And this is one of the points where that I mentioned earlier, that I wanted to bring out that came out of public involvement. There were questions, especially when we were looking at other locales, perhaps even those outside of the state, and the questions that were raised about how local economic considerations in the Las Cruces area compare with those other locales, and if that would potentially have an impact on a proposed lease rate. And again, just to reiterate, Grant Assurance 24 very specifically says to look at the circumstances existing at the particular airport. So that's what we endeavored to do here. And so what I'd like to do is introduce Mr. Kyle Eager, who is a city economist, and he's going to give a summary of his analysis in this case.
All right, thank you, Andy. Yeah, so greetings, City Council. Again, I'm Kyle Eager. I'm the new economist for the Las Cruces Economic Development Department. It's a pleasure to speak with you today. As a new economist, I've been asked to investigate whether or not the inclusion of economic variables in the lease rate analysis changes any of the conclusions we might draw about what the appropriate lease rate may be. So, as been previously discussed, the airport ranks relatively well in terms of quality compared to our peers. However, the airport resides in a county that ranks quite low in terms of per capita income. And that's relevant because you could have two airports with identical facilities, but if they reside in counties with very different market conditions, very different demand conditions, then we wouldn't necessarily expect them to price their leases identically. So that's why we feel like we should look at things maybe from an economics lens as well. So the relevant question is, so after we've controlled for the differences in local economic conditions between these different counties, does it point to a higher or lower land lease rate? And Andy, if you'll get the next slide. Thank you. But just a little justification for why this analysis is necessary. So this table provides both economic and demographic variables for the counties that our peer airports reside in. And what you can see is that there's considerable variability across counties in terms of these variables. In other words, many of our peer airports are very different from us economically. And so my methodology is to take the airport scores from the Du Bois and King report, and then merging those scores with economic data. And from there, by doing that, I'm able to control for differences in airport quality, as well as differences in local economic conditions that might explain the differences in land lease rates between these different airports. Next slide, please. So I'm using a method called linear regression, which allows me to control for multiple variables simultaneously in explaining a county's land lease rate. So my main conclusion, not to go deeply into the statistical details, but after controlling for differences in population, housing prices, income per capita, and total county income, the estimated land lease rate is 16 cents per square foot. And you can kind of consider that kind of a ballpark estimate of what maybe the lease rate, the lease is worth, kind of after controlling for the differences in local economic conditions between the counties. And I'll turn the time back over to Andy.
Excellent. Thank you. Thank you, Kyle. So what I'd like to do at this point now is shift over. We've talked a lot about the information that's been gathered, the analyses, a couple of different methodologies, and looking at those, the quality of our airport, as well as trying to apply that to a proposed lease rate. So what I want to do is I want to go through each of these rate options. I'm going to repeat this table over again as we go through each item, so that we know which one we're working on, and we're going to just talk about, number one, what each adjustment would entail, and number two, potential outcomes for each of these proposed rate options. So option number one is simply no rate adjustment. It's what we would call the status quo option. In this case, the lease rate remains at 10 cents. As we've talked about both in the discussion of the percentile benchmarking as well as linear regression modeling, we do identify that as being below market rate. As I mentioned earlier, we do not have a commercial lease rate, so that is a little bit out of step with industry standard. And we'll talk in a little more detail about commercial rates in a little bit. And as we talked about as well, the comments both made by Mr. Rowell and myself, if we've already identified that we're below market rate, it kind of makes it difficult to argue with the FAA that we are in fact complying with this grant assurance, because our own information is saying that we're below market rate. So we're really not keeping in step with that. And it also has impacts as we look to future airport development as well as operations and maintenance issues. So that's option number one. Option number two would be to look at the Du Bois and King study with these rate adjustments that would go along with that. In this case, as Mr. Rowell said, up to 20 cents per square foot per year, and applying a multiplier to come up with a commercial rate. So we would be enacting a commercial rate. So before we get into the specifics of that, I want to just talk about why we're looking at needing a commercial rate of some type. And really, number one, it only applies to commercial use options. And it's important then to differentiate between commercial use and private use. And I'll do this sort of by way of illustration. Let's say Andy has his own aircraft, and he comes to the airport and leases a parcel and builds a hangar, and he houses his aircraft in that hangar. And he has his tools and a workbench, and he does some little maintenance here and there on his aircraft and goes flying from time to time. That would be a private use. That's what we're talking about when we say a private use at the airport. The difference is a commercial use. So let's say again, Andy has he has a mechanic shop. Same scenario, I lease a parcel, I have a hangar, but in this case, I'm using public land, which the airport is public land, to generate a profit. Now, don't get me wrong, we want that. It's very valuable for the airport to have plenty of activity and vibrancy through commercial ventures on the airfield, whether they be a parts shop or a mechanic shop or whatever they might be. But the differentiation there is between is utilizing public land for a hangar just for your personal aircraft versus using it that public land to make a profit. And that's really where that differentiation comes in. Now, the other thing I'll say is this is an industry standard. we're actually behind the curve on this industry standard. The other airports that you saw have this as their standard way of doing business. Our sister airport rather, down in Santa Teresa does this, just as an example. Now, there's a couple of different ways of applying a commercial lease rate. One is a flat lease rate. The other is a percentage of gross receipts. And I just want to touch on these very briefly. The flat lease rate is just easier to work with. It's easier to use on staff side to budget, to project what your revenues will be from one year to the next. It's also easier on the business side. So the business owner knows what their nut is for that particular year. They know, and that's part of what they need to do to be in business. And then, as we have seen in other circumstances, when you work with a percentage of gross receipts, it's sort of subject to that volatility from one year to the next. 2019 was great, 2020 not so much, right? So the flat lease rate is one that would be much more consistent, much more stable for us to use in looking at lease rates. So with that in mind, what option 2 would do is it would look at raising the rate from 10 cents to up to 20 cents, and then applying a multiplier of 1.5 to come up with a commercial rate of 30 cents per square foot. And that multiplier is identified in the Du Bois and King study as to how they came up with that. Now, what does this mean? What outcomes do we have? We talked about outcomes for option 1. What are outcomes for option 2? Well, first is we can then have a legitimate argument with the FAA that we are working toward becoming self-sustaining. Very few airports ever get to that point, and we're not saying that this land lease rate will get us there, but we're showing advancement toward that, and that's really what the FAA wants to see. Also, we would have improved support for future investment as well as operations and maintenance at the airport. Now, I want to be even-handed here. In doing so, we would go from 1 lease rate to 2, and that has some of its own complexity to it. Let me just talk about these additional steps. So let's go back to my illustration. So Andy has his hangar, private hangar, and this great business opportunity comes along. Well, Andy's already paid his lease back in January, and now we're in April. So now there's 2 things that we need to do. The first is we need to do a lease amendment, okay, to go from the private rate to the commercial rate. That involves processing and administration. And we need to go back and calculate the difference and prorate that difference, and then issue another invoice, okay, for that different rate. So in addition to all the other complexities that this person has to go through to get the business started, we're sort of adding additional steps to that, okay? And those steps are not just for the business owner, but also for staff. So I just want to make sure, like I said, I want to be even-handed. There's some things that come out a little bit better in our favor, and maybe not so much when we're talking about this. So then moving on to option 3. This option is to look at adjusting the rates per the economic development analysis that we just heard about from Mr. Eager. In this case, we'd be looking at adjusting the rates from 10 cents to 16 cents. We would apply that same 1.5 multiplier to that for a commercial rate. And as he mentioned, this is looking at our local economic considerations when we're looking at this different rate. That's why the rate's different in this particular case. The outcomes are the same. I'm not going to reiterate those. The outcomes would be the same, similar to option 2. Moving on to option 4. This would be using a graduated rate adjustment and applying that to one or the other, either the D&K study or the ED analysis. And I want to mention that this actually came out of our public involvement. This was a suggestion that was made by one of the folks during our public input meeting. This is what you see here on your screen in this table is an example of how we could do this. This is not necessarily the way to do it. It's an example of how we could do it and how we could, over the course of 3 years, phase in that particular rate adjustment. One of the things, so we would basically have the same outcomes as we saw in options 2 and 3. Tracking and implementing this, there's a little bit of complexity, nothing too bad. Really, the tool that we have in the GIS tool that we have would help with that. It's not a deal killer in any way, but I just, again, wanted to make sure that we're exploring all of the possible outcomes. Rate 5 is taking options, any of the options 1 through 4, and adding what we would be referring to as a SASO agreement rate. Now, this would be instead of the commercial lease rate. We talked about some of the complexities of the commercial lease rate. So what would this look like? Well, first of all, let's define SASO. It's a specialized aviation service operation. It's a business basically that works on or is based at the airport. And there's essentially 2 types of businesses. There's the airport-based business, and then there's a business called through the fence, which is essentially a mobile business that would come onto the airfield to provide services. Both businesses are critical to the success of the airport. You absolutely want airport-based businesses. You want those businesses that the owners have made an investment in the airport. Mechanic shop in particular is a great business to have. Sometimes, though, there are services that are needed that require somebody to come in and provide those services. Those are also important, and it could grow into an airport-based business because there's enough activity going on. So both are great for an airport. However, if we use the commercial lease rate, we're kind of making the playing field less. We're unleveling, I guess. I don't know if that's a word. I'll make it up. We're not keeping the playing field level. So our airport-based businesses who have made that investment, who have that, who have their hangar, etc., they would be paying more potentially than the through the fence businesses would be. And so if we have this this agreement rate, which, by the way, I should say, SASO agreements are required anyway. If you're operating a business, you need to have an agreement with the airport to operate that business anyway. So we wouldn't be really adding any additional steps like we would with the commercial lease rate. But what we would say is, okay, now we're going to level that playing field out. Now we're not going to be adding a payment, for instance, an economic burden to one business type and not to the other. We're going to apply those equitably. So we want to make sure that we do that. And I'll show you an example in just a minute. The other thing is it's one lease rate. So we don't have to worry about 2 different lease rates. How do we apply them? How do we switch from one to the other? It makes it really simple. And again, that is another comment that was made that came out in the public input process. Then, as I mentioned, it's going to be a much more flexible and more streamlined process than the commercial lease rate option. So this is the SASO agreement rate portion of option 5. So what does it look like? So in the case of in this particular table, what we would look at is we would look at having a lease rate, one lease rate, whatever it is that is approved by City Council. And then we would have a SASO agreement rate. So we would take that difference, remember that 1.5% multiplier, we would take that difference, apply it on a per square foot per year basis, and divide it by 12. So it'd be a monthly invoice for doing business at the airport. The great thing about this is, if you start your business in the middle of your lease, this just kicks in, right? Because it becomes part of your SASO agreement. If for some reason you have to close your business, the invoicing just ends. The agreement goes away and the invoicing ends. So it provides much more flexibility for a business owner who wants to get going, get their business started. It's much fewer steps for both the business owner and staff. Now, in this particular case, let me show you an example. So if we're looking at an average parcel size, let's just say of 10,000 square feet, we would apply here the respective lease rates. We would add this monthly rate, which would be the SASO agreement rate, and then we would have a total annual revenue of either $3,000 in this particular example or $2,400 in this example. And we would be applying a SASO rate for the through the fence businesses as well. In this case, we're recommending $100. Staff is recommending $100 per 12 months, and that would be $1,200. Now, here is where we try to have some equitability in the rate. The rate is going to be lower for the airport-based SASOs than it would be for the through the fence. So we're trying to bring some equitability to how we would apply that rate. And again, this is just an example. So we've gone through options 1 through 5, and now drum roll please, option 6. This is the staff preferred option, and really what we endeavored to do with this is take a lot of the best or better parts of the previous options and put them together into an option that we hope addresses, first of all, the needs of the airport and the needs of complying with the FAA grant assurances, but also we want to take into strong consideration the comments that we received and how we can best meet the needs of our tenants, both current and future. So in this particular case, what we're proposing is that we take the rate recommended by the economic development analysis, which is 16 cents per square foot per year, and we transition that over 3 years. So we use that suggestion of the graduated implementation. Again, this is just an example of how it could be done. And we add to it this SASO agreement rate. Same application, we want to do the flat fee, okay? And we want to use that 1.5% multiplier. Here's what we feel are the best outcomes for this. First, we have one lease rate across the board. That's really critical for simplicity. Second, we have the flexibility and the streamlined nature of this SASO agreement instead of the commercial lease rate. We also are working toward compliance, toward becoming self-sustaining. We are in compliance with our FAA assurances, which is really, as Mr. Ruel pointed out, is really key for us in moving forward. And finally, we have the improved support of for our capital investment as well as operations and maintenance. So from staff's perspective, this is the option that we would submit to City Council as our preference. And again, it sort of combines some of the best aspects of the options that you've seen to this point. So just want to do a quick summary. Our preference is option 6. As Mr. Ruel pointed out before, of course, we have to come back to City Council for any type of approval. That's consistent with all of the other departments that have rates and fees. We're going to honor existing land leases. We're going to make sure that we have any findings that we have. We're going to make sure that we're in compliance per the recommendations. And again, this last bullet here about landing fees. Again, this was a question from our public input about how landing fees would apply, and I just wanted to reiterate those for the purpose of a summary here. So next steps. A large portion of the report produced by D&K, along with the findings, recommendations, have a lot to do with the lease language. We're not going to be discussing that at this point in time. We're going to come back to City Council with a little bit more detailed information and refinement of some of that lease language. And we'd like to bring back, as soon as possible, a recommendation, a resolution for rates and fees, so that hopefully we can do that. And so today we'll be looking for questions, comments, direction from you all on this. And finally, I just want to say a huge thank you. As I've mentioned a number of times, we've had some really quality comments come out of our public input process, comments that we've turned back into refinements of our recommendations, in some cases additional recommendations for options. And so I really want to thank our airport community and our stakeholders for participating in that process. I want to thank Mr. Ruel and Mr. Kreitz for their work, and then also Mr. Eager for his analysis on the economic condition or considerations. So with that, Madam Chair, all of us are ready for questions, comments, and direction from City Council. Thank you.
Thanks, Andy. I'm back. Ken Miyagashima here. So before we get to council comments, I believe there were 1 or 2 members of the public who submitted some emails. I was able to recover one, and maybe Mayor Pro Tem Gondara has a different one. I can read the one that I received, and if it's different than what Mayor Pro Tem has, then she can read that one. Okay, so this one here, it just says, let's see, from Privet Properties, current tenant, Privet Aviation, LLC, current business, December 2020. December 20th, 2020. Please see the following comments for comments on the lease rate analysis and lease agreements on the Las Cruces International Airport conducted by Du Bois and King, dated November 2020. Summary: as business owners, we understand the need to analyze the revenue sources and expenses to run a business while complying with the many different regulations from the county level up to the federal level. In addition, we recognize that no 2 airports are exactly alike. The timing of this rate increase proposal couldn't come at the worst time, with the country gripped by the coronavirus and the many businesses have closed and people have been laid off. Part of the Grant Assurance 24 by the FAA is to look at the economic factors of the airport when trying to be self-sustainable as possible. The FAA does not expect the airports to be fully sustaining and recognize that factors such as the economy and flight volume affect the ability of the airport to cash flow. The majority of the funding for any airport comes from the FAA along with state grants. Nonetheless, the airport should consider if its lease rates are proper given consideration to many factors. While Dan and I feel that a lease analysis is a prudent step in looking at the lease rates and other charges at the airport, the analysis has not accurately depicted some relevant elements within the charts, and therefore the scoring is not accurate, or gone far enough to complete a truly comprehensive report, such as looking at the economic drivers at the KLRU/Las Cruces per Grant Assurance 24's guidance. It is a start, but it's not complete in my opinion, and at times may be considered unintentionally, I hope, misleading. The initial focus of these comments will be with the lease rate analysis and the methodology, followed with comments on the lease contract structure as proposed. The lease rate needs to be approved before the lease agreement templates can have their final approval. Items such as whether or not there is a separate commercial rate from the private rate and what the definition of commercial ends up altering what the lease agreement template will ultimately look like. I would like to have had these two components to have been separated for public presentation and comment, as they are truly different conversations. Number one, recommendations without additional support will follow. While the airport may or may not raise rates, the study conducted is incomplete and at times inaccurate, and therefore the decision on the fair and equitable rate that should be charged is not possible with the information that has been provided thus far. It is recommended that the proposed rates to be put into place until there is confidence that such rates are indeed fair and equitable. A, regardless if the study is further completed, a 110% rate increase from the current rate of 10 cents a square foot for a land lease for private parties and a 220% rate increase for the proposed new commercial structure are not justifiable increases. This study recommends a different rate for commercial tenants versus private tenants, but does not know analysis of the different rates at other airports. In these comments, the emphasis will be those that solely have or desire to a land lease and own or wish to build their own hangar. It is recommended that the current structure of the same rate, regardless of the use of the hangar, be maintained. A lease is a lease. The study recommends taking the current lease from 8 pages to 22 pages. It's my understanding that the legal department has not yet viewed the recommended changes, which would have been advisable before sending out for review. The contract as proposed is poorly written and put together. See herein section 4, lease agreement, for additional comments and analysis. Given the poor quality of the proposed lease that is full of redundant, conflicting, and unrealistic expectations, there are 2 recommendations for the lease agreement proposal. Number 1, separate the approval discussion of the lease rates and the lease agreement into 2 distinct topics that require their own discussion and approval. Number 2, form a task force which includes employees of the city, an AAB member, and tenants at the airport. I personally volunteer to be on this task force. I have years of experience working with contracts and would be a valuable resource. A, if this recommendation is not taken, then it is highly recommended to incorporate the general conditions, quote, Exhibit B of the lease recommendation into the lease document itself rather than attaching it to the lease. This will get rid of the many conflicts and redundancies that currently exist with the lease as proposed. Although the city is the owner of the property, the tenants also invest their monies at the airport and drives the airport and its businesses. This lease has gone from being a fairly good lease to being completely in the city's interest without much consideration of the tenant. Both sides need to be considered before implementing the new lease. And then she goes on and lists the information that you all have just provided. So before I get to Councilor Vasquez and Bencomo, so Andy, you're telling me that option 6 is what you and staff has proposed, and I take it that you've run it by the Airport Advisory Board, or not yet?
Mr. Chair and councilors, specifically that option 6, we have not presented it to the Airport Advisory Board. We have gone through a very detailed discussion of the lease rates themselves and what some of those options could be. But no, we have not taken option 6 directly to them.
Okay, and then also, has legal reviewed this yet or not yet?
As far as the rates go?
Well, this lease that you're wanting to, these options that you put forth earlier in this woman's comments, she says that it hasn't been cleared through legal. Do you know if it has been since?
Mr. Chair, members of council, the specific language of the lease has not gone through legal yet. There needs to be some refinement to it. Staff agrees with some of the comments that were made. We need to do some refinement on it before we take it to legal.
Okay, Dr. Martinez has her hand up, so let me go to her real quick before I go to the council. Yes, Dr. Martinez?
Yes, good afternoon, Mayor, City Council, Griselda Martinez, Economic Development Director. Mr. Mayor, to your question about whether or not option 6 has gone to the Airport Advisory Board, those, as Mr. Hume has indicated, that after we had a number of public input sessions, including presentation before the Airport Advisory Board, we, in an effort to address the concerns that we heard, that's when we requested for our economists to complete that additional step on economic conditions. So that's part of the reason why this wasn't brought to the airport advisory board. And also the adjustment from the recommended commercial rate to having the SASO, as Mr. Hume spoke about, that also addressed another concern brought to us from the public input process. Lastly, on the escalation, as we capture here, that would allow for us to consider a 3-year process instead of jumping from what is currently now to, we're talking about 2024. One important item is that the leases that we currently have in place, those will not be impacted until they expire. And in general, these leases at the airport are long-term, between 20 to 30 years with options to renew. So the actual full-blown impact to these recommendations, we would not see until years to come. And so addressing the concern of this being the worst time to bring this changes in rates, we see it more of us getting into the right direction rather than making strong changes on the current ones, which that would not take place. Lastly, on the lease template, that's something that has not been done yet, because we wanted to bring this before you for us to hear your questions and concerns, and for us to request direction on what would be the preferred option from City Council. And as we have done in the past, our legal department is a key element for us to meet not only FAA compliance elements, but also the internal policies we have for the city. So that would be the next step after we receive direction from you. I really appreciate Andy's effort to ensure that we find a balance between changing the rates and listening to the concerns of stakeholders as well. So thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Sure. And I just want to tell you, I know about 10 years ago, staff at the city had looked at this and had been told that our rates were just extremely low. So this is good information. Mayor Pro Tem, was there any additional emails that you have that like I said, I just found this one.
Thank you, Mayor. I have 2, but it's not in reference to the airport.
Okay, gotcha. Okay, then I'm going to go ahead and go to Councilors Vasquez, Bencomo, and then yourself. Thank you, Dr. Martinez. Thank you, Andy. Okay.
Thank you, Mayor.
Councilor Vasquez.
Yes, thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Andy and Kyle. That's pretty thorough analysis that I think goes into determining these lease rates. To be honest, it's a little bit hard to grasp with 6 options in terms of what the best airport lease rate potentials are for our little airport. But it sounds like you did some due diligence in researching surrounding airports or airports of similar size and facilities. So thank you for that. This is, I think, one particular instance where I just, you kind of have to rely on the expertise of staff and the consultants here, because I don't think any of us are experts at leasing, at airport leases. So I am relying quite a bit on your expertise, Andy, Kyle, and other consultants here. A couple questions here is one that, and I may have missed this, so I apologize. Was there a survey done with all the existing leaseholders at the airport, or was there some type of communication with all of the existing leaseholders regarding these options?
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Vasquez, the entire Du Bois and King study was made available through the public input process. We had a minimum 30-day, actually I think we went 45-day public review process. As Dr. Martinez pointed out, some of the fine-tuning of the options that were presented today were as a result of that public input. And so that's why we wanted to come to you today and sort of give you the full scope of the study, the input, and then the options that were developed out of those.
Thank you, Andy. And from that public input, what would you say was the participation percentage or rate from existing leaseholders?
Oh gosh, that's an interesting question. I know that we received about a dozen written comments, and then we had quite a few people. I'd say probably about a dozen people attended the Zoom public input meeting, and then we had probably another 10 or so different individuals who were participated in the airport advisory board meeting. So there were some good comments, and then of course people shared verbal comments, which are certainly valuable, but a little more difficult to enter into the public record from that standpoint. But we had some good and varied public input, and as I mentioned, I think what was borne out to me when we were reviewing this and putting this presentation together is the quality of a lot of the comments that we had.
Thank you, Andy. I appreciate that. So would you say that's about half, maybe a little bit, just around half of the existing leaseholders? If you would take a guess, or a little bit less, maybe? Well,
we have a really big, let's see here. We have a really big email distribution list. So out of the leaseholders that the city has, I'd say maybe a quarter to a third, not half, but
okay,
but a good
That's
amount.
helpful. That's helpful. Thank you. That just helps me kind of frame the public participation process a little bit. I think that's pretty good. So in terms of the economic impact part of this, Dr. Martinez, maybe there was some research done here around any negative potential impacts, especially as I think Mr. Privet or the Privet folks mentioned, during an economic downturn, does this have the potential to decrease business? Is there a potential to lose some leases? Are there more competitive places like in the county? I don't know if the Santa Teresa airport, would serve a competition for us if we were to raise rates. Was there any type of analysis done on kind of any negative economic impacts to the airport as a result of this?
Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Vasquez, this is Griselda Martinez for the record. Councilor Vasquez, the economic condition analysis evaluated, as our economist mentioned, evaluated the general economic conditions from the perspective of demand and supply to make sure that the lower per capita income and the lower, so that the economic characteristics of New Mexico and specifically southern New Mexico were adjusted from a thriving economy. And that was one of the bigger items that were brought from the public input process that had not been considered in the DeWine King report. So although we did not evaluate it from a negative impact, we did evaluate it. The aim at the economic condition was to measure the economic conditions in terms of supply and demand. As you all know, we have been working really hard at the airport for the last 3 years to bring it to where it needs to be for us to then bring it to the next level and use it as a business hub. And in a business hub, you would also consider the lease rate as part of the expenses of the business, right? So it's part of the consideration for a decision there. As we heard from our consultants, our airport really stands out in terms of quality of the facilities, and more so with the great improvements that we've put in and the millions of dollars that have gone into making it even a better place with safety and security. And so we believe that with the late work that we have done up to this point, and the vision we have for the airport and the industrial park and the other elements we have in the city, we are ready to market the airport to position it in a competitive place. So we consider the ultimate goal to make it a business hub. And I understand this may be a concern from current tenants, but we also understand that this would bring us to a better place in terms of meeting compliance. And I just want to add a little piece that these rates would not in any way make us profitable in the long term. It would just be an effort to be in compliance with FAA and other goals. So that's the big answer to your question, Councilor Vasquez.
Thank you, Dr. Martinez. I really appreciate that. And I think the considerations in particular for meeting the FAA requirements and doing the work that needs to be done there to keep us in compliance in future years is really important. So that factors in pretty large for me. I know there's some things that the FAA funds, but there's a lot of match requirements and some things that the FAA doesn't fund that really, in terms of the maintenance projects that we really need. And so that's really important. So the other question I have is around, I guess the additional revenue from year 1 to year 3. Is there a projection of how much additional revenue the airport would have, and does that go into the general fund for our airport account? And how would we envision using those additional revenues in particular?
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Vasquez, this is Andy Hume. I'd like to respond to that. One of the items, and Mr. Ruel mentioned this in his presentation, one of the items that we're going to get out of this is an airport pro forma. And so we'll be able to project those. Right now, we don't really have that ability, but having that pro forma now, we'll be able to project not just revenues, but also expenditures and see how we can balance those out to get towards being self-sustaining. So I'll have that answer for you in more concrete terms once we get that and are able to look at that data a little more carefully. The other thing to consider too is looking at growth, not just of the rates, but also, as Dr. Martinez pointed out, attracting more businesses, attracting more people who want to house their aircraft here, and just having more land to lease out as parcels. So it's really kind of both of those that go into each other, that sort of play off of each other. As far as the funding goes, with this current budget cycle, the airport is an enterprise fund now, and so we're better situated to handle to deal with the revenue and expenses and all of that interplay. I'm learning on the fly, pun intended, I guess, learning how to do that as we go along. All funding that is generated, all revenue that is generated with the airport, the FAA requires to be reinvested into the airport. So that money doesn't go to fund anything else, any roads or anything else. It has to be funded back, which also it's good to have us set up as an enterprise fund from an auditing perspective, so we can track those revenues and expenditures accurately. So I hope that answers your question. If not, let me know if there's anything I can clarify, please.
Sure. No, thank you, Andy. I appreciate the work that's ongoing on this. I didn't know the airport was in an enterprise fund now. I may have missed that. Is that something done administratively, or is that something that the council just voted on?
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Vasquez, that was approved by City Council as part of the approval of the FY 21 budget. So That was approved back for July 1. It began on July 1 of this fiscal year.
Okay, great. I may have missed that, but thank you. That's exciting. I mean, I think that really leads us to that path of sustainability, and you can't do it without raising revenue and running the airport like a business, right? And so that's good to hear that we have that mentality, given where we were with the airport for some time, letting so many of our facilities there fall into disrepair. So the other thing I think about is just, you know, when we do rate changes for like utilities, right? We really analyze what customers can afford, and I think Dr. Garcia also introduced a tiered introduction of rate increases for several of our utility services that were appreciated, but also recognizing that, you know, if you're in the city and you need your trash picked up or you need water coming out of your tap, you're not necessarily going to be able to go to a competitor, right? You have to, at least for water and other services. So, you know, folks are stuck with those rates. In this instance, I guess my only concern is that folks can take their business to Santa Teresa or other airports, and they're not, you know, that they're not necessarily have to stay at the airport. And so that's just one concern in particular with the Doña Ana County Regional Airport in Santa Teresa. Can you just remind me of that analysis that was done in terms of comparing our rates to theirs and making sure that we're not potentially setting ourselves up to lose customers to our neighbors down south?
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Vasquez, let me see if I can get back to that.
While you're doing that, Andy, I'll say this, Councilor. You bring up a nice point, but I have to tell you that 20 minutes to our airport versus 45 to Santa Teresa, there's no. I mean, if we had the ability to afford to pay the subsidies, say Southwest would need or American Airlines, man, I'd love to fly out of Las Cruces. I mean, then to have to even if they were to go to Santa Teresa, I mean. I would still rather go here, you know, we could get them here as opposed to that 45 minutes. And then sometimes it gets even longer, depends on the traffic. But anyways, I'll let Andy take over.
I agree.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Councilor Vasquez, the average, as based on the information in the Du Bois and King study, the average, hopefully everyone can see my slide here. The average is about 20 cents per square foot per year. So if we were to raise, and I believe they just lowered their overall rate. I think it's around 15 cents a square foot now. So we would be very competitive with them. What I would like to say is, Bill Province is my friend, and I love their airport down there. Some of the characteristics of our airport with 3 runways and some of those other things, sort of as that same slide shows, when you're looking at the amenities that we have and the things. I mean, it keeps us very competitive with great amenities and making sure we keep our rates in a good market area.
Thank you, Andy. That's helpful. That's really helpful, and that makes me feel a lot better knowing we're just at about the same rate, or would be if we approved this rate increase. And lastly, Andy, were there any considerations to increase of fines related to violations of airport policy in particular? You mentioned some of that private property that I know a lot of it has been cleaned up. Folks that have had some caused some damage to, I think, some of the aprons around the runways, and even including, some oil spills and that kind of stuff that we really don't want either, flowing into our arroyos or seeping into or degrading some of our infrastructure there. Any considerations for also increasing fines for violators on some of those violations?
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Vasquez, when it comes to violations like that, really city ordinance sets those types of violation, those fines and such. We are looking though at all rates and fees. So we're not just looking at the lease rate, we're looking at landing fees, tie down fees, sunshade fees. So it's, while specific fines are really handled under other aspects of the ordinance, we are looking at all rates and fees, which I can't remember if I mentioned this or not, have not been looked at since 2003. So we're going to be bringing back an entire menu of those rates and fees in a future resolution. So hopefully that answers your question about fines and violations.
Okay, no, it does. It does. It sounds like it's a separate conversation. Okay, and then we need an Organ Mountains fee in there for out-of-town visitors, because those mountains, I can imagine. I've flown out of the airport a couple times. One time when it was really foggy, and it's probably one of the best views of my life. I'll never forget it. So, you know, we got to make people pay for that. No,
That's why I use this picture behind me. This is taken right outside the airport. I love it.
Me too. Well, those are all my questions. Thank you so much, Andy, Kyle, Dr. Martinez, and our wonderful consultants. I really appreciate it. I am leaning towards staff's recommendation. Again, like I said, having asked these questions and not being an airport lease expert, I really relying on your expertise and our consultants as well to make the right call on this. So thank you, Andy. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, well, we'll turn to the city's expert on airports, Councilor Bencomo.
Yes, thank you for recognizing that, Mr. Mayor.
Sure,
couldn't agree more. No, absolutely not. I hate flying. I hate airports. Couldn't be more the opposite. Not this airport. I love this airport, of course. Yes, I have a couple questions. Going back to the public comment, Mr. Mayor, is that person a customer of the airport?
I believe they said they were, yes.
Okay, I didn't catch that. Okay.
It says Privet Properties LLC, current tenant, Privet Aviation LLC, current business.
Okay.
May I add, Mr. Mayor, for Mr. Bencomo? The Privets are actually, Mr. Privet, Dan, is a member of the AAB and was previously the chair. And they're also members of Las Cruces Aviators. And they do a lot of dynamic type of activities at the airport. And they're also very closely involved with the EAA, which is an organization that works with youth to get them into aviation. And so they definitely, they're definitely stakeholders. They're definitely tenants, and yes. So just yeah. Thank you.
Thanks.
Yeah, thank you, Councilor Flores. I appreciate that context. I personally, this presentation to me was incredibly comprehensive, and it seems like you've definitely done your homework and due diligence. I mean, you had 6 options for us. I think that's pretty incredible. Andy, do you know how many leases currently exist out of the airport?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, Councilor Bencomo, there's 62 leases in total.
Okay, 62. And then, so just help me understand. So is there no commercial rate because there are no commercial leases, or we do have commercial leases, but they just simply pay the private rate?
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Bencomo, the latter. We do have a number of businesses at the airport currently, yes.
Okay. Have you heard any feedback from any of these leaseholders in the last year with the pandemic, if folks are, struggling to cover their lease or any of those kinds of things?
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Bencomo, yes, there have been some comments to me. I know that our A&P shop, the mechanic shop, has seen a big fall off in business. There's a parts store that has had some difficulties in sort of getting established and growing. And our FBOs, our fixed base operators, have seen some downturn in fuel sales and just overall activity. So unfortunately, yes, we've been affected by the pandemic.
Okay, thanks, Andy, for that. Yeah, that's super unfortunate. I mean, there's no corner or crevice that this pandemic hasn't affected, right? So that's super real. I'm curious then, year one, when would that take into effect this upcoming fiscal year?
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Bencomo, let me get to that. Let me get to that slide here. Yeah, here it is. So year one, Mr. Mayor, Councilor Bencomo, this is Andy. Year one would be the year that council instructs us what year one is. And
okay.
yeah, so the year one could be July 1 coming up fiscal year. It could be year one based on some benchmark that would be reached as far as whether we want to look at the pandemic issues or whatever. Year one is just it's an arbitrary title, and it would be set by city council when you approve the rates and fees schedule.
I see. Okay. Those are helpful to understand.
Mhm.
Am I the only one that hears myself twice?
You're echoing.
I am echoing. You only need to hear me once. Sure. You only want to hear me once. There we go. I lost my train of thought. I guess I did, in terms of year 1, 2, 3, I feel like, well, I'm curious about the 3-year split as opposed to 2 years, for example, 10 to 13 and then 13 to 16, right? Like I don't necessarily, and I mean, it could be because of the pandemic, but I'm curious about your decision to put it into 3 years.
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Bencomo, this is strictly an example of how it could be tiered. Again, the decision about when year one occurs and what change from year 1 to year 2 is, that will be something that would be decided by council. If a preference is to go to 2 years or maybe 4 years or whatever that is, this is simply an example of how that tier could look.
Okay, I appreciate that. I mean, I think, for me, given that as a city, we have very aspirational goals for the airport that I think have a lot of potential for outcomes in our economic development, especially coming out of when we consider what all the recovery will look like. I think the airport has so much potential. Given that it is an enterprise fund, last year we had a really tough choice with our other enterprise fund with the utilities in terms of the rate increase, knowing that we're in the middle of a pandemic where people are definitely struggling to pay bills. And at the same time, there is a growing city with growing needs. And that, particular decision, I think, had to be made in that moment. And similarly with the airport, I mean, in the options you presented, I don't even think option 1 is really an option given the difficulties you have meeting FAA guidelines, right? So I think as we consider what this airport means, what we want it to be, I hate to push back against some of that public comment, but I think it's important that, we recognize the need for something like this, particularly because it is an enterprise fund that is self-sustaining, right? That isn't making additional profit for whatever else, that it is really about self-sustaining business model. And so I support this. I think if we decided as a council that year 1 would start not this year in 2021, but in 2022, and that essentially is a 4-year transition if we think about it, unless we wanted, like I said earlier, to do from 10 cents to 13 cents and then 13 to 16. I could really do either, but at the end of the day, if we decided not to implement this year and go next year, like I said, at that point, that's a 4-year transition. And so I really appreciate staff giving every single option available and then letting us know what your recommendation is. I definitely support this, and I think that it's an important step in the direction that we want to take the airport. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Council, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thanks, Mayor. Thank you, Andy. Really appreciate all the work that you put in. I know and have confidence and trust you, Andy, that anything that you put together is going to have, you know, the due diligence by not only you, but staff and the consultants. So I appreciate that. I want to say that. I had some questions with the PowerPoint, and certain slides, you know, brought sort of questions. So there was a lot of information given to us. I agreed with Councillor Vasquez that I'm certainly not the expert. And to the point of Ms. Privet, I'd hope that people there who do have expertise and others feel that they could come, right, and at any public comment and give that information both verbally, but also in writing. But she was pretty critical of this analysis. And so I have it in front of me. I don't know, Mayor, you read that, but I have it and I've read it a few times, and there's a lot of very critical remarks. And I just want to go through some of those and make some recommendations based on that. But what I would like to do initially is go back to page 23, where Kyle, our economist, sort of did his study, if you will. And there were some questions I had related to, and I don't want to go deeply but I was concerned about the Doña County Jetport. Is that Santa Teresa? And it's, yes? Or
yes.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, the Doña County Jetport is Santa Teresa, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, the comments that were made about, you know, sort of the elements or the metrics that you used, I wanted to dig a little deeper and ask things like, yeah, what about the pandemic, and what about the GRT specific to this industry? Have we seen an increase or decrease, and was that looked in, and why wasn't that a factor playing into the metrics that Kyle used? I think especially considering the pandemic and what that might look like. And I know we're new to all of this, so I want to make sure that we're accurately portraying, right, what the issues are.
Mr. Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, this is Andy. I'm gonna make a couple of quick comments on that, and then I'd like to have either Mr. Eager or Dr. Martinez provide a little bit of additional perspective, because statistics aren't really my thing, but I want to just make a couple comments. The first is that the characteristics that were used by Mr. Eager are, you might say they're tried and true. They are statistics that we get year over year, and they represent a very solid basis for doing this type of analysis. Unfortunately, or fortunately or unfortunately, depending on how you look at it, a pandemic of this type, the last one was 100 years ago. And so to use that specifically as a measuring tool in the analysis probably would not be as accurate as some of these other items are. That having been said, we have been tracking fuel sales, for instance, as a proxy for some of the impact that we've had. We don't have any specific data from, as I mentioned, some of the other businesses that have been having some difficulties, but we have noticed some decrease in fuel sales overall. So, that could be looked at, that could be integrated into this. And as Councillor Bencomo said, it could be used to maybe put off whatever year one is, if that's the choice of council. that information could be used to influence that. So those are just a couple of my comments about the statistical analysis, the economics, and I welcome any other input from Dr. Martinez.
Yeah, Dr. Martinez, you have your hand up.
Thank you, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem. Thank you for those comments, Mayor Pro Tem. I want to make sure that we clarify that the comments that were given as public input were provided before we included the economic condition part of the analysis. And that was a big part to addressing, as Mr. Hume said, we wanted to make sure that we were not only collecting public input, but we were adjusting to make sure that we listen to those comments. And so the economic conditions analysis was part of the proactive approach, if you will, from staff to address those concerns in terms of why now and why that amount. Again, as I said before, these changes would not apply to current leases unless they were up for renewal, which we don't have many of those. And those new rates in general would apply for new agreements. And that's a big differentiation, because in the public input process, some of the concerns express the changes under the consideration that they would apply to current leases, which is not the case. And that's important. Another item that we want to make sure that I cover is the number of options that we brought to you captures not only the due diligence, but also an effort from all of us to give you all the complete picture for you to consider in the decision making. And that was very important for us to balance the comprehensive presentation and an effort to be very transparent for decision-making purposes. So thank you, Mayor.
Dr. Martinez, aren't
Yes, sir.
a lot of these leases 10-year and 20-year leases? And,
Yes.
and are there any that are even coming up?
I will defer that question on any leases that are for renewal to Mr. Hume. But in general, one of the elements that we have make sure that we have in place is that because investment at the airport are usually larger investment, we want to remain competitive by allowing those longer term leases versus other assets in the community that we have shorter. So that would be 20 years, 30 years to ensure that banking institutions do feel comfortable with those larger investments. And for the lease numbers, Mr. Hume?
You know what, Dr. Martinez, looks like, oh, I guess they put their hand down. The consultant had their hand up, but oh well. I'll just go back to Mayor Pro Tem, and so she can finish. I just wanted to ask you that about those leases. Mayor Pro Tem?
I appreciate that, Mayor. It was similar. I had similar questions. So we talked about, or Andy, I think explained there's 62 leases total. And like, what are we talking about in total, like square footage? What's the average square footage and then what's the average of a lease? What are we talking about? Thousands of dollars? What is it?
Mr. Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, let me see if I can pull this information up quickly.
While he's doing that, I think they're probably about $2,000 or $3,000 a year.
Actually, Mr. Chair and Mayor Pro Tem, yes, that is okay. My computer is not liking me at this moment. What I'll say is about 1/3 of the leases will be up for renewal every 10 years. So that's sort of the spacing. So out of 60 leases, about a third every 10 years would be up for renewal. And that's just based on how they have been approved over time, when they've been approved over time. As far as square footage and the dollar amount, Mr. Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, I do have those numbers, but I would need to get into my spreadsheet to get you those numbers for sure. So if that's okay, I'd like to route that response back through the city manager and get you some more accurate info, if that's appropriate.
Sure, Andy, thank you. I mean, you don't have them, so I can't like pressure you in getting them, you know? So, yeah, I guess when I hear that and I hear Dr. Martinez's comments about the banking institution in a 20 to 30 year lease, that doesn't make sense to me. Like, you would do that when you have like 70 or 80, 100,000, and maybe that you mean that because of the worth of the airplane, right? Plus the lease, right? And so if you're talking about anywhere from $2,000 to $3,000, I guess I don't understand. Is that an industry standard, the 20 or 30 year lease? And then you spoke of, I thought, in this whole presentation about making sure we were following FFA rules and regulations, and that's part of why we're doing what we're doing, right?
Yes, Mr. Chair, Mayor Pro Tem. So there's a couple of things to unpack in that question. The first is the 20 to 30 year lease is an industry standard, and it's based on building a hangar. So you know, a hangar investment is very much like a house investment. So if you go to borrow money to build a hangar, you're borrowing $150,000, $200,000 to build that hangar. So the lender is going to want to see a long-term lease because they're going to give a long-term loan based on that long-term lease. So that's sort of where that industry standard comes in and where it would be applied from the standpoint of the length of the lease compared to the dollar amount of the loan for the hangar. So now, as far as the dollar amount for the lease itself, the lease of the parcel, that's sort of what this conversation is about, in trying to find what that market rate is for that. So in the case of a 10,000 square foot parcel, which a lot of our parcels are 10,000 square feet, what we'd be looking at is a $2,000 a year lease for that 10,000 square foot parcel, or $1,600 in the case of a 16-cent lease. Right now, with a 10-cent per square foot per year lease, it's $1,000, and so that just sort of shows where we would be in that, comparing our current rate with what a market rate, more market rate would look like.
Andy, thank you. I appreciate that. So I'm owner and pilot A, and I have a plane, Cassandra Gandara, and I want to lease space. And so I come to you and you say, no, there's no hangars, and you need to build one, right? You meaning the Las Cruces Airport. It belongs to Las Cruces Airport, to us, or does it belong to pilot, Cassandra Gandara?
Excellent. Okay, I see where you're coming on your question. Excellent question. Mr. Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, at this point in time, the city only owns a couple of hangars out there where the city has not taken the step, has not considered the step at this point of becoming hangar owners and operators. So we lease the land, and it's up to the lessee, to the private owner, to make that investment in the hangar.
Good. Okay, I'm understanding that. I think all that is really important to us understand and to know, right, moving forward. So like I said, I have the Ms. Privet's comments, and there's so much in there to unpack. And I hate that she has been so critical, but she has. And she felt like there's a lot of expertise in there, and the consultants didn't go and have these conversations with them to utilize the, know what they know about, because they're experts and fly in and out of there, have businesses in and out of there. And I think she feels that many should have been asked in terms of their expertise. And so one of those questions or comments was about the concerns of the lease and the and who owns it and why are we doing what we're doing. And I guess what I'm hearing from you all is that FAA has a standard, we need to follow it. In some respects, we're not. We're pretty low in what our lease amount is. You're not gonna like make a profit by increasing 10 cents more or 6 cents more. And Andy, I think for my benefit, I would like to know which leases are up, when they'll be up, right? I think those are all important. And my recommendation would be I feel very strongly it should have gone to the airport board so that we hear from them specifically, right? Because there's people on there that own planes and have expertise and that kind of thing. And then in terms of the commercial, okay, let me back up just a little. We have the consultants plan, and then we have ours and 4 others. Did you talk to the consultant about the reasoning and the amounts and why we're doing that? And did they have feedback to us about what that was going to look like?
Mr. Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, yes, we did circle back with the consultant with the information that Mr. Eager put together, and did make sure both, not just on some of the economic characteristics, but also when we were looking at the idea of the SASO agreement rate versus the commercial land lease rate, we also discussed that with them at length, yes.
Yeah, okay. Thank you, Andy. And currently, Andy, do we have enough enough of these parcels to rent out? And do we need more, and how many more is my one question.
Mr. Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, we absolutely need more parcels, and we're going through a development process right now to identify those parcels and get them surveyed and get moving on infrastructure expansion so we can lease them out.
Andy, and I think I heard in your presentation that these parcels and hangars should be used accordingly, right? With airplanes and right? And if they're not, that's against the FAA regulations, yes?
Mr. Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, that is correct. We just recently updated our hangar guidelines, and they adhere 100% to the FAA regulations about their usage. The primary usage for hangars is for aeronautical purposes, first and foremost. So we will be engaging in a new program of hangar inspections along with our fire department so that we can make sure that people are adhering to both the FAA regulations as well as fire safety.
So Andy, I understand then that there are some leases that are not using it in that way, and there will be a process, right, in terms of what that might look like, cleaning it up. You can only use it for this, or the educating, right? This whole educating the leases that they need to be used in a certain way as per accordance of the FAA standards and laws and all that, correct?
Mr. Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, that is correct, yes.
Okay, all right. Yeah, again, it's a lot of information. throw out at someone that isn't an expert. I appreciate everything that you've done, Andy, again, and staff. There's a few things, and I've recommended what they are, but I think if I knew right when these leases are up, how many would, and kind of what has been the effect of COVID, I think we can come up with a reasonable compromise in terms of when that year one will be, year two, year three. So thank you, Andy, and thank you, Mayor.
Looks like Councilor. Yes.
I'm sorry. Mr. Mayor, can I just make a couple of follow-up comments to the Mayor Pro Tem's?
Sure, of course.
And actually, this sort of addresses, I believe, comments that Councilor Bencomo made as well. So one of the reasons why we're bringing this to you is to sort of, we're at a point where having some direction, we have, as you mentioned, we have 6 different options available to us. Getting some direction from City Council is very critical for us at this point. So if there is some consensus, some ideas on, you know, which options you may be leaning toward, we intend actually to take those back to the Airport Advisory Board and share with them what y'all's input has been as well. So we want to get that feedback loop going back in. As Dr. Martinez mentioned, these options represent the refinement in the process through the public involvement. And so now that we've had council involvement, we want to go back and make sure that we're making sure all the pieces fit together in that regard. The second thing that I want to mention is, and this sort of goes back to what Mr. Ruel said from Du Bois and King about the nature of what our airports are. So we have a certification called Part 139. And what that means is that we have the ability to handle passenger air service. What is required of us is to have a higher standard than airports that are not Part 139. We go through an annual inspection process and stuff. So not only do we have characteristics of our airport that kind of set us apart in some ways, but that Part 139 certification is a real gem that we have in our crown, if you will, for our airport. So I wanted to bring out those couple of points to sort of, number one, respond to an item, and number two, provide a little bit of additional background to further consideration of these potential rate adjustments.
Thank you, Andy. I really appreciate that. Again, I'm looking at you all as experts, and also public comment, those folks that have expertise and concerned. You know, I would recommend that we go through those comments and really have good answers that I think that requires some due diligence. I'm not sure if Ms. Privet had given this information and you were already privy to what she would be saying, but I think it'd be important to move through each of her comments and criticisms with some solutions and strategies moving forward. And if that meant the 6 options, then so be it, and we can move forward again. And just lastly, I do believe we should establish a commercial rate, and I can appreciate the commercial rate, Andy, that you put together, and what the Economic Development Department is recommending. I hope that's helpful without seeing in front of me the rest of the options sort of all in one. There we go.
Okay, is that it, Mayor Pro Tem?
Yeah, thank you.
Before I get to Councilor Flores, Andy, let me just ask you something. Okay, so kind of piggybacking off what Mayor Pro Tem said. So let's say they want to build it. Does the city, when the plot or the lot that they're thinking of using, does it already have some utilities there?
Mr. Mayor, members of council, that is our goal, is to have utilities in place. So right now, a lot of the areas that are more suited for development, they'll have water and electric perhaps, but maybe not gas. And Sewer is definitely not not a utility that we have in a lot of places right now. We're looking at extending that. The other key piece of infrastructure are the taxi lanes. So much like, if you're at your house and you want to go to the store, you have your residential road you drive on, and then you go to a little bit bigger road, and then you get onto the main artery. That is how we developed the airplane roadways, if you will, at the airport. So we have the runways; those are our arteries. We have the taxiways, which are the smaller streets. But then getting those taxi lanes so that people can connect their hangar directly, that's another piece of the infrastructure that we're working on as well. So it's not just utilities; it includes the pavement as well.
Yeah, but what I was trying to get at is it has some, so it has water and electricity.
It has some, and we're looking at expanding what we have to make sure that we provide a full service to our hangar owners.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, that's not bad considering the price. So, okay. So it looks like Councilor Flores, looks like you're gonna have to get your Lamborghini out of your airport hangar there, Councilor.
Lamborghini, I have a Rolls sitting there. Andy takes care of it for me.
Oh, okay. Well, there you go.
Yeah. Well, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you to all my colleagues for their comments. I thought they were really insightful. And of course, thank you, Mr. Hume and Guy Ruel for the presentation. I want to just go back on how long this has been around. And even though, and your question was very good, Mr. Mayor, about the AAB's view on this, or whether they have voted on it. And based on the meetings that I've attended all meetings except for the one in August, it isn't a question so much of having voted on it, but they have had input all along. So this is the timeline. In March 2020, there was a project kickoff. From November 10 to December 21, there was public comment. And as Andy noted earlier, there was a 30-day public comment input, and it was extended. There was on November 19, it was actually presented to the AAB. We had a Zoom meeting on December 10 that was open to anyone who was interested in attending, and that was very well attended. And now today, January 11, 2021, Andy, the AAB, the airport administrator is presenting to council with all the everything that we need to know from the the consultants and economic development. And I also want to make a comment, Mr. Mayor, as to why, people are saying, why now? And I agree. And I have to say that I know Tanya Privet. I've met her, and she's actually quite a highly intelligent woman, very dedicated to the airport, as is Dan Privet, her husband. They care a lot about the airport. And when I first became, it was January or whenever it was of 2018, frankly, the feeling at the meetings was that things were not quite in control. Dr. Martinez was the deputy economic development director, and she attended those meetings and followed very carefully. And the AAB always had very, very good questions for her, tough questions, and she was always able to answer them. It was around that time that we found out that the FAA or our airport was, I think, very close. I know we were very close to being decertified. We have that 139 certification, commercial certification. And so we came very close to, and then some changes were made. And in came Andy Hume. And I agree with Mayor Pro Tem Gandata's assessment that when Andy does something, he does it well. And he has, and I have to say that he's worked very, very well with the board. The previous administrator, I never met her. I think it was a woman. I never met her, never heard yay or nay, nothing, anything from her. Andy has been very proactive, and I have to say I participated in all of the meetings on this issue, and there was a lot of input, and I received emails from different people about, I'm a teacher, I'm a flight instructor, am I going to be charged, and different questions, and some of those I think I forwarded to Andy or to you, Mr. Mayor, or maybe. I can't remember, but the point though is that they were all resolved. They were all the fears were allayed, and as has been pointed out, these fees haven't gone up in 18 years, and relative to the comparisons, and at these meetings, I have to tell you, there were people there who really tore this apart. They really tore away the study that Guy presented. They felt that it wasn't apples to apples comparisons to other airports, but they very carefully explained why, an airport in Vermont or an airport in Colorado had a lot in common with our airport. And so I have to say that I think that Ms. Previtt, because she and Dan, along with other people, Brett, can't think of Brett's last name right now, but they do so much for the airport. And with all due respect to previous administrations or previous administrators, had it not been for the AAB, I'm afraid that the airport would really have gone down that old rabbit hole. But they're very protective of the airport, but I have to share, and the reason what I'm leading up to is that although it hasn't gone to them for a quote vote unquote, they're very supportive of these changes, and they did have a lot of questions, and there were a lot of questions at the input meetings, and I imagine Mr. Hume received even more, the written stuff, the open input that lasted about 45 days. So with all that said, and being at these meetings and participating, I do have to say that today's presentation was really wonderful, and Andy did say that the airport now has. I had it written down. I wanted to quote Mr. Andy Hume, but he said something about. The airport being that there's a real gem in that crown or whatever. But I have to say that the efforts of Economic Development Department as it is today under Dr. Martinez and with Andy as the administrator, we can rest assured that this is the best practice that can be implemented to assure that we move forward. I do have to say to Ms. Previtt that her letter or the email that you read, Mr. Mayor, and I believe it was the same email Mayor Pro Tem Gandara referred to, had an edge to it. But I have to, knowing her, I know it was coming from a good place. I know it was coming from really caring about the airport and just feeling, as a lot of us feel with COVID, that we just don't need another blow. And those extra cents, those extra pennies that it goes up, from 10 cents to what, possibly 16 cents, depending on which option we vote on eventually, doesn't seem like a lot. It is a lot for a business person. So I just want to share those comments and those thoughts, just to let people know that a lot of thought has gone into this, and that Andy has really, I was holding my breath. I think we came within a hair, where we came within with the skin of our teeth, of losing certification. And I think we have to do with that, I have to say, that we have to do everything to show the FAA that we are doing everything we can to assure that we can be sustainable, because that's really the end goal on this. And we do need a lot of upgrading and a lot of upgrading, and a lot of that has already happened. And I think Andy has reported also that all of the failures of 2 years ago, 2.5, whatever it is now, 2.5 years, have all been corrected. So to me, that's a testament to his ability to be able to assess the situation and take the bull by its horns, and working closely with Dr. Martinez and her economist. So I think that's all I have to say, Mr. Mayor. Thank you very much.
Mm-hmm. Thank you, Councilor. So if council was to start leaning towards option 6 and then subsequently be put on an agenda in the future for approval, you don't feel it needs to go back to the airport board?
Oh, I didn't, Mr. Mayor, no, I didn't mean to imply that. I think that as a matter of protocol, courtesy protocol, it should go back to the board for their just for their awareness. You don't want to wake up to it and then read it in the newspaper.
Okay.
So it would be upfront. It wouldn't be respectful. But I think that, yes, you're absolutely right. I mean, ultimately, we make those decisions, and given what we've been facing, we will continue to face, and the outcome of the audit by the OSA's office, we definitely have to go through all of this with a fine-tooth comb. And it's just not, oh yes, this looks good, or that doesn't look too good, or this person said that, but it's really for each one of us individually to look at every option and decide what is really the best thing to do for the city. And that's the bottom line. But yes, it should go back to the board, AAB, as a courtesy, Thank you.
Okay, well, there you go. It looks like everybody's had their say. Councilor Beta Stubbe had to leave. She's hopes to be back later, but nonetheless, I guess we could send it back with you, Andy. And it looks like council, the majority, are supportive of option 6, and see what the AAB says and bring it back to us again.
Excellent. Mr. Mayor, members of council, thank you all very much for your comments and questions and direction. And we'll get some of the information that was requested. We'll get that back to you all. But thank you very much. I appreciate it, and we will move forward.
Okay, great. So now we're going to go to item number 2, 3.2, review of the UTV ordinance. And Rob Cabello is going to be taking over for that. And before he does, I'm just going to just say a couple words. And then if Councilor Sorg wants to say a couple words. So it was probably almost a year ago that we had passed the ordinance to allow UTVs. And I have to say, I for one had no idea the magnitude of how many UTVs there are in the city. I just thought it was, I don't know, 20, 25. But it seems like there's quite a few. And I know Councilor Sorg he sends me probably about every 2 weeks from some of his constituents who unfortunately are catching the brunt of people who are not being responsible and are just at all hours of the night. I know some have taken videos, and the city does their best, the city police to regulate it, but it's just gotten very difficult. And so that's why I brought this back up to council to kind of get your feel from what you're hearing from your constituents, and as to whether or not should we look at possible rescinding this or temporarily putting it on hold. So, Councilor Sorg, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Did you want to say a couple words before we turn it over to Rob for his presentation?
Yeah, like you said, people are complaining. It turns out in the District 5 in the northeast part of the city, there's a lot of county land right on the border of the city there. That's not farmland. It's desert. and that is where they like to ride their UTVs. And so they're driving these things from their homes, wherever they are in the city, out that direction. I'm sure there's other places too, besides just off at District 5. But so many of them are quite loud. I'm sure we've all heard one or two, at least, that going down the street and noticing how loud they are. And like the mayor said, they sometimes they don't return until later in the evening. But it's also the utility. I'm trying to think of the actual acronym now. Utility. And I used to drive them myself. I don't know why I can't remember now. But the little ones that full of four-wheel
ATVs.
ATVs. That's the word. ATV. Thank you. And they are also doing the same thing. And they don't have to be loud, but they can be. So the point is that if we had enough patrols by our police department that could patrol this and on an frequent basis, I probably would think it would be okay. But we just don't have enough force, enough time, and the force to do that. So I'm told, and I can understand that. That's certainly very real. So, yeah. So I'd like to know if we should, say no more on the streets of the city.
Okay, so thanks, Councilor. Let me go to Rob Cabello so he can make his presentation, and then we'll open it up to comment.
Mayor, Council, Robert Cabello, on behalf of the legal department, I'll be giving a presentation about where we are from a legislative perspective, like a review, and then I will pass it over to Deputy Chief Paul Brock from LCPD, and he'll give a different presentation based off of more of the specifics about enforcement and issues that he's seen, that the police department has seen regarding UTVs.
Thanks, Rob.
Okay. Can everybody see my screen?
Yes.
Good. Okay. And I'll start again. Mayor, Council, you were correct that this time last year, UTVs could not be driven on city streets, paved city streets. On March 20th of last year, the council passed Ordinance 2915. This allowed UTVs to be driven on paved streets. There is a section in the statutes, NMSA 6603-1103C, that allows cities, counties to make decisions whether or not they can to allow UTVs and ATVs to be driven on their streets. And we exercise that option. To do that, we made some changes to the LCMC sections 2712, 79, actually it's 79 to 79.2. We made a few different changes that allowed UTVs to be driven on our streets. When it was gone, on June 1st, the council passed Ordinance 2930. David Dullahan presented an amendment. Basically, it required a permit for UTVs to be operated and established prohibited areas like sidewalks and parks to prevent UTVs to be driven on places there shouldn't be. And then I made a second amendment on September 21st, 2020. Council approved Ordinance 2952. I basically eliminated the conflicts that came with that second set of changes. There was, to sort of jog your memory, there was a second, in the definition section, there was a speed limit, a limitation of 45 miles per hour. The cap the speed at UTVs at 45 miles per hour by the definition. The problem with that was that it actually eliminated most UTVs because most of them are capable of driving faster than that. There was already a speed limit put on there under 9.2H that capped the speed limit at 45 miles per hour, or the posted speed limit, the lesser of the two. And also there was one about engine size. There was a provision about engine size that actually eliminated most UTVs because it said that a UTV was defined as a vehicle that had a engine of size of less than 1,000 cc volume, and that's most UTVs that you see on the streets actually have an engine of that size. And with that, I can move it to questions, or I can go ahead and pass it to Paul Brock and wait for Deputy Chief Paul Brock for other questions.
Yeah, let's go to Deputy Chief Paul Brock, Rob, and then we'll open up to council.
Excellent.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, Council. I'm going to try to share my screen here. Let me know if you can see it.
Yeah.
How about now?
Yes, okay.
Okay, so what I'm going to do today is I'm going to talk a little bit what we've seen here at the police department as far as the ATVs and UTVs. Specifically, I'm going to talk a little bit about the calls for service that we received through Central Dispatch in regards to complaints. Of note, something that should be noted is that when Central Dispatch classifies these type of calls, they don't break it down between UTV or ATV. They basically classify the type of call as an ATV complaint, so just keep that in mind as I go through. So the calls of service that we've received through Central Dispatch in regards to the ATV complaints, and I'm just trying to move my screen here a little bit. Month-to-month comparison, we've seen about basically a 64% overall increase in the calls for service from 2019 to 2020. The monthly average for calls for service increased from about 9 per month to 15 per month compared from 2019 to 2020. And this is just an overview here. April, July, and October had the largest increases in calls for service related to UTVs or ATVs. In 2019, our CAD records indicate that there was 111 calls. For 2020, we had 182 related calls. This is just a graph to kind of show you the peak months and the increases year-to-year comparison for the UTV, ATV complaint type calls that the police department received through Central Dispatch. I wanted to talk briefly about the complaints in COVID. As we all remember, the pandemic hit in March of 2020. The UTV ordinance was adopted also towards the beginning of March of 2020. And then there was a couple different changes to the ordinance, as Mr. Cabello mentioned. What's interesting to note about this is I think that part of the COVID pandemic, with it closing down other means of recreation for citizens and the people of Las Cruces, they began to look for alternate means of recreation, one of them being UTVs and ATVs. So this may have contributed to the amount of calls that the police department was receiving in regarding complaints to these types of vehicles. Much like through my personal knowledge with ATVs and UTVs, I know that sales were up after the pandemic hit, much like the sale of bicycles. You couldn't go into a bicycle shop and basically find a bicycle. All of our local shops were sold out. UTVs and ATVs were kind of going through the same thing. They were getting increased sales. I think people were looking for different things to do. So this may have contributed to the types of complaints and calls, the amount of them that the police department was receiving. As I said before, there's been a 64% increase in complaints, equal to the overall increase year to year. And that's specifically since the ordinance passed, the same percent increase when you compare 2019 to 2020. When you look at the same time frame after COVID and the passage of the UTV ordinance, we had the same amount of increase in complaints, weekly average increasing from 2.3 to 3.8 during the COVID period. And then I'm going to talk a little bit about UTV and ATV citations and the way they're handled here at the police department. Need to keep in mind that a UTV driver, although he may be legal to drive on the streets, he still has to obey all traffic laws, just like any other motor vehicle operator. So they can be issued a regular traffic type citation, whether it be speeding, red light, stop sign, or whatever. Now that's different than a specific violation for the UTV ordinance. So when you look at 2019, we had a total of 38 traffic citations issued to UTVs and ATVs in Las Cruces prior to the passage of the ordinance. In 2020, we had 9 traffic citations issued to specifically UTV drivers. 2 of the citations, an additional 2 citations issued in 2020 after the passage of the ordinance were for specific violations related to the ordinance. And I believe those were equipment type requirements that the ordinance specified, and they were in violation of that. So that's pretty much my presentation of what I had here at the police department. I will stand for any questions, if there is any from staff or council.
Thank you, Deputy Chief Brock. Can you go back to that graph? It looked like it was actually decreasing, but you said it was increasing of the calls or complaints.
Sure, just let me share my screen again. Can you see the graph?
Yes, sir. Okay, great. Let me go to the council members and then we'll circle back. Councilor Vasquez, Flores, and Bencomo. Councilor Vasquez.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Deputy Chief, and also to Mr. Cabello. I'm glad we're revisiting this. I think we've had some time now with this new ordinance to start to evaluate the impacts of it on our community and the way the pros and cons here. Just have a question regarding
Kind of losing you, Councilor Vasquez. I don't know if you want to take the video off and maybe that'll reduce the bandwidth a little bit. Let me go to Councilor Flores and then I'll circle back to Councilor Vasquez. Councilor Flores.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Officer Brock and Attorney Cabello. The question I have is, well, do you have any stats for the prior year? Because we did, it seems like shortly after we passed the ordinance last March of 2019, there was a real spike. And now it's pretty much the same, well, December of 2020 is the same as January, virtually the same. So do you have any statistics or graphs on prior years to compare it to?
Council, I was just going to say, we've only had it for 1 year.
I know. But weren't there citations prior to that?
Oh.
Or were they all county? I mean, was it just just within the jurisdiction, the county jurisdiction? Well, noise, for example, noise, isn't there like a noise ordinance or something? And Gil was saying that, Councilor Sorg was saying that, that he's received endless calls about the ATVs. I don't know. Yeah, we just passed it, I know, not even a year ago. I was just wondering if any other stats are available regarding UTVs or ATVs and or, and the answer is probably no.
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Flores, so specifically what we looked at here at the police department was the traffic violations that were issued what I did is I looked at 2019 and 2020. I asked for an analysis from our Intel unit to kind of give me some numbers. I did not look into the breakdown of the specific violations. What I can tell you is the previous numbers I gave you in regards to whether it was a violation of the new ordinance itself in 2020, everything before the ordinance is going to be a traffic violation type citation. If that makes sense.
Okay. Oh, yeah. So after but then after the yes, it does make sense. Thank you, Officer Brock. But so that means that in March, after the, because in April, the citations really went up. So that was after the ordinance was passed.
Yes.
And all based on some sort of violation of that ordinance, correct?
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Flores, that's correct. After the passage of the ordinance, then we had, if I go to, I believe it was a previous slide here. If you look at this slide here, it shows that 2020, there was 9 traffic type citations issued and 2 citations specifically in violation of the UTV ordinance were issued after March of 2020 when the ordinance took effect.
Okay. So, so we only had 2 citations in all of, well, since the adoption in March of 2020, we've only had 2 citations. I mean, it's not like this huge number. I expected to see like hundreds, but anyway. Okay, and so, and the other question is, well, no. Well, per the graph, I guess it's page 4 or page 2, whatever page it is, that, you know where those citations were issued, or is that data collected or noted anywhere?
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Flores, that I would be able to get that information. I don't have it directly in front of me at this time. But this is citywide citations basically inside the city limits. Specific to, so I don't have any information on that. Right.
So the citations that were issued, those 38 citations that were issued that were not due to the ordinance violation, what were they based on? Maybe I'm just reading, but it just doesn't.
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Flores, so that would be basically a violation of traffic laws. In other words, like speeding, red light, stop sign, whatever type of citation it was, the person was operating a UTV type vehicle.
I see.
And not so a violation of the ordinance.
You're right, not in violation of the ordinance. And that's my point, or my question, or some kind of point I'm trying to make, is that we really don't have an apples to apples comparison these past 10 months since it went into effect, insofar as whether there have been any, I don't know, it just does, somehow there's something askew here with the information we have. It's not giving us the information we really need to determine whether the ordinance has really helped or not. And thank you very much, Mr. Brock, and thank you, Officer Brock, and thank you, Attorney Cabello. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Well, technically, he's the deputy chief, so
mea culpa, mil disculpas. Thank you. I'm sorry, Deputy Chief Brock. I put a post-it on my computer. Thank you.
Okay, so I'm going to go back to Councilor Vasquez, and looks like he's on again.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I got booted for some reason. Apologize for that.
I saw Councilor Flores messing around with that, so it's very possible.
Oh, if only we had those controls. No, thank you, Deputy Chief and Robert, for Mr. Cabello for the presentation today. So I had some questions for Deputy Chief. In general, would love, besides this data, to get his take, especially having worked in traffic, in terms of, what his opinion is, Deputy Chief. I'm wondering what you think about our new ordinance and whether you think it has created any public safety concerns on our streets here in Las Cruces. Since enacting the ordinance, I will just say from my own personal experiences, I'd say at least half of the UTV drivers I've seen driving on city streets are, I guess what I would characterize as probably driving a little bit unsafely, oftentimes speeding. It's mostly the violation that I see, or pulling out of, gas stations and other places, just, obviously showing off what their vehicles can do, which sometimes just, to me, just totally seems unsafe. And so I guess I'd categorize it as kind of irresponsible driving on our streets from UTVs. Not all of them. I've seen some great folks who are following the law, and I can tell are making a conscious effort to make sure that they're driving the speed limit. But I've also seen a lot of folks not wearing helmets. That's probably the violation I see the most, or not wearing the proper equipment, especially with minors in the car. So I'm just wondering what your take is on our new ordinance, if you have any impressions on whether it's making conditions on our streets safer, or if there's a particular issue that you see there, Deputy Chief.
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Vasquez, thank you for your questions. And yes, when I was first promoted, I spent quite a bit of time in the traffic section of the police department. I specifically asked our traffic section to also look into any traffic accidents or collisions regarding UTVs. And I expected that there would be some information there. And specifically, they couldn't come up with any. They weren't able to locate any traffic accidents that were UTV related, which surprised me. My overall impression of the ordinance, I think that the inspection process hasn't begun at the police department yet. That's something that hasn't been finalized yet. Council needs to set a fee, and then we can go through the rest of the process for issuing inspections and stickers, setting up a revenue fund and those kind of things here at the department. And I think those kind of things would help with the UTVs. But you have to remember that I think when the ordinance first passed, it was kind of almost like a free-for-all. Everybody just thought, oh, everything's legal now. We can drive these things wherever we want to and do whatever we want. And they really didn't understand that there was specific guidelines to the ordinance and requirements. I can tell you that I've also received a lot of complaints from certain areas of the city, specifically Councilor Sorg's district. And I've asked not only our traffic section, but the patrol sections to increase their presence in those areas. And I have over, for one shift, specifically swing shift that works from the late afternoon into about 1 a.m, they have over 70 documented incidents where they went into specific areas of Councilor Sorg's district and tried to look into this matter where all the complaints were happening. It's also important to note that when Central Dispatch receives these kind of calls, that unless there's a threat of death or harm to a person, that these calls aren't real high priority. They may pin for an amount of time before the officers respond to them. And a lot of times when we get into those specific areas that are right next to desert access, by the time we get there, these vehicles are gone. So we're not able to catch up with them and observe the violation, which according to New Mexico law, it has to be committed in the presence of the officer for him to take enforcement action. My overall impression of the ordinance, it has a lot to do with also the passing of COVID. Like I mentioned before, I think people were looking for alternate means of recreation. Bicycles, dirt bikes, UTVs, ATVs was something that has become very popular because there's no sporting events, team sports, school event, everything's been closed down. So I think that also contributed to the increase in the type of complaints that we're seeing, or the amount of complaints. It's also an important note that the last couple months, the amount of complaints have started to come down. From a personal perspective, I will tell you that whenever I've been out and I observe one, and I've seen them early evenings to midday, even in the mornings, people take them to Walmart to do their shopping. Every single one that I look at very closely, and I look at it, do I see anything that I could stop this vehicle for? I always check for the license plate, the windshield. I look to see that if there's any children in it, if they're wearing a helmet. And there's only been one occurrence where I saw one that was speeding. Every time I've seen another one and I observe it, I can't find a reason if I was on patrol to pull it over. It looks like they're obeying the laws when I observe.
Thank you, Deputy Chief. I really appreciate your perspective, you having the experience both working in traffic and your personal observations. Yeah, I'm inclined to let our process run its course. I think having the registration process in place is, I think we owe that to folks. I know that was the original intent of the resolution, is to have these vehicles inspected for legality, and to have that really, visible sticker, registration sticker that be visible to law enforcement and others, to let folks know that it's registered, to really assess the effectiveness of the ordinance, since we haven't gotten there yet. I continue to be concerned, especially because it is a low priority, I know, for LCPD. And so I think oftentimes maybe folks think that they're more likely to get away with some of the violations that I've observed personally, knowing that they may not get caught for it, they may not get cited for it. And like you said, if they're in an urban desert interface, I mean, all they really have to do is just get on a desert trail, and you can't really pull them over unless you're on an ATV yourself. But I have seen them getting around barricades and barriers and stuff that are entrance into BLM land. I know some of these are city streets where they're not gateways necessarily for motor vehicles into federal public land, but I've seen gates turned, some of the gates removed or some of the posts knocked down and that kind of stuff so that they could get back there. And I know for sure it's some of those folks that like to get out there. So it's a difficult one for me, but I know, I want to give this community of users an opportunity to see this process play out with the registration and come into compliance, make sure that their vehicles are compliant from the get-go, and really encourage registration. But just do continue to share concerns as well, just about just the number of at least violations I've seen personally, and the complaints I know that that Councillor Sorg and others get as well. So thank you, Deputy Chief. Thank you, Mayor.
Thanks, Councillor. Before I get to Councillor Bencomo, Deputy Chief, do you mind going back to that graph again? I know you took it off, but I'm encouraged to see that it's actually decreasing, and I'm going to study it a little bit. And I tend to agree with what Councillor Vasquez is saying, and then I'll come back with what, after everyone's done. Councillor Bencomo?
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, thank you, DC Brock. I appreciate the presentation and the data. Yeah, a couple things. So it's clear, right, that complaints are up since passing the resolution. And even though, 65% isn't a small thing, right? That's pretty significant. Although when you showed us the numbers, the actual numbers, right, from 2019 to 2020, I think there was 111 calls versus 180, I think. Even in 2019, that's a considerable amount of complaints regarding this issue, right? So I imagine that this will be an issue kind of no matter what. I think the recreation sort of environment that we have here sort of lends people wanting to do these kinds of things. And so to me, right, like 108, 111 and 182, like those are both significant numbers. What to me looks, I think it was maybe your next one, I don't remember, but then you showed, no, I'm sorry, it was the one with citations. I personally like to see that there's less citations being given to people, right? Like I don't know, DC Brock, do you feel like that's a good thing, right? Like even though there's the significant increase in complaints, giving less citations to people is ultimately a better thing. Yes?
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Bencomo, you know, it's every police officer's job to conduct traffic enforcement, regardless if it's a UTV or a regular motor vehicle. That's all of our jobs. I strongly believe that, you know, that's something that the police department needs to take seriously in order to ensure, you know, vehicular safety for the general public.
Right.
So, irregardless if it's a UTV or a regular vehicle, we need to be conducting enforcement of traffic laws all the time on a consistent basis. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I mean, our safety on the streets is critical and important, right? And I think if I'm also very surprised that you found there was no accidents, but that's a very good thing at the end of the day. I mean, you know, I don't know. This is a tough issue for me because I feel like this community, this ATV community, I have seen them organize very well. And I am an organizer, and I have seen them organize events very quickly. They spread information amongst themselves very quickly. And so to me, it's frustrating to see that a lot of these violations continue to happen when they have this really wide network of people that talk to each other often. I mean, I think right before Christmas, there was this huge parade of lights amongst the ATVers. And I thought to myself, you know, I think people would rather you follow the laws and be respectful over a parade. That was just like my immediate thought, right? But I wonder if, DC Brock, if you've had the opportunity to meet with members of, I mean, I don't know if I think there's some sort of formal organization. I think maybe perhaps a more informal network of people. Have you had an opportunity to sit down with some of these folks and sort of talk about, here's some interventions, here's some of the ways that you all could come into compliance, here's some of the information that you could spread amongst your community? Has that happened? Is that an opportunity that could happen?
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Bencomo, you have to understand that, and yes, we have had conversations with certain groups that were organizing certain activities. A lot of people with these groups are proponents of the ordinance, and they're in compliance with the ordinance, and they don't like the other UTV, ATV people that are violating the ordinance. So I know specifically the traffic section at the police department has had some conversations with some of those groups, and their organized events. A lot of times their events, they'll go out into the county to have them, and they may be leaving from the city, but they go out into the county. Like I know there was an event that they wanted to have in the Rio Grande when it was dry, but I believe that was canceled. I've seen some other events, some larger groups out towards Eden Hills, which is the OHB area that's west of town, west of the airport, riding out there. But a lot of the people that we have the conversations with and that are willing to speak with us are in compliance with the ordinance and the laws of New Mexico in regards to OHBs. The portion that tends to violate the laws, whether it's a UTV ordinance or state traffic laws, city ordinance traffic laws, or ATV riders, which remember are like four-wheelers, dirt bikes, things of that nature.
Right. No, I mean, isn't that always the case, right? The small group of folks making it worse for the rest of us. So I don't know. I mean, I'm inclined to agree Councilor Vasquez, although I understand obviously I do understand the frustration of constituents. And like I said, right, I mean, from that number of complaints, it seems like this is an issue no matter what. And so I'm just curious, continuing to work with this group of people to do better outreach and education in the UTV community so that folks understand what's at stake, right? Like what's at stake here for them and why it is that their neighbors are wanting them to be more respectful. So I don't have any more questions. That's it for me, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Councilor Mayor Pro Tem Gondara and then Councilor Sorg.
Yes, Mayor. Thank you, Robert and DC Brock, I appreciate the information moving forward. I do know I have 2 or 3 families or individuals that own the UTVs near in my neighborhood. And I have to say, they speed. The noise can be deafening at all hours of the night. I especially hear it in the evening and late. And I think I would agree with Councilor Vasquez and Councilor Bencomo about they're organized. I think when you talk to the main group leaders, they get very frustrated with the others, but there are some bad actors. And, I would agree that if we have this inspection policy that I think should be, that we should work through. I think an educational process, right? An educational campaign is important. And maybe the leadership and or these groups that organize so quickly can help, with that. But I think there are a few people that do not adhere to the speed limits. They're disrespectful really to the community and the neighborhoods that, when they're getting from point A to point B, and really it's unnecessary. I completely understand that they need an outlet, and especially under COVID, but there's no excuse for some of this behavior. And honestly, I like Councilor Bencomo, you don't want a ticket and you want to definitely reduce that, but there's, what other ways are there to influence behavior? Frankly, and it's unfortunate that has to happen. It's like you want people to be responsible and follow the law and the rules and regulations. And frankly, speeding is a big issue in our community, big issue. This isn't the only, group that's speeding. I hear it, weeks to not go by, days where people are concerned about speeding in their neighborhoods, especially in District 1. And I think, I know that in talking with law enforcement, and I have a couple of opportunities to do that monthly at our downtown meetings, and, they're doing all sorts of organized projects, right, to get people to slow down and adhere to the traffic laws and whatnot. But again, Mayor, I want people, I felt like we were doing a good thing, by doing this. But I also feel like people have to be responsible. And, there's a few people that are just not adhering to that. And so I get also complaints, maybe not as frequently as Councilor Sorg, but I'm getting those complaints. I see it with my own eyes, where they're going up and down Calle Sosa, up and down Juniper, to get to wherever they need to get to, and they're loud and obnoxious and speeding. So I think the only way to do that is, right, to continue to call those kinds of things in. But the unfortunate thing is, as DC Brock explained, they have to be in the presence of, right, the speeding or see the actual event occur in order to issue a citation. And so I don't know what the answers are, but I have a tendency to agree with Councilor Vasquez. So I just wanted to share the number of complaints that I'm getting as well, that I forward on. There for a while it was getting unbearable, right, to hear this when you're wanting to do a good thing and hear people out and trying to, again, do the best thing for our constituency, and there's a few people that are ruining it for others. So thanks, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilor Sorg.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I need to get something understood here. Didn't we pass this ordinance to allow the UTVs on our streets at the beginning of 2020 or right at the end of 2019?
The beginning of 2020.
Yeah. So I'm looking at these numbers here, 38 traffic violations issued in 2019. Well, they weren't even supposed to be on our streets in 2019, were they?
No.
So, yeah, I don't know what's that telling us? I'm not sure. Maybe Deputy Chief Brock can give an understanding of what's that telling us, that here you have traffic violations, but was there a violation that they were even using them on the street of those 38 rather than just missing a stop sign?
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Sorg, so you are correct. That was prior to the city passing the UTV ordinance. So the mere presence of them on the roadway could have been the initiating factor for the traffic stop, where the officer made contact. The citation would have been a different type of citation. It's under traffic laws versus a violation of the ordinance once it was passed. So yes, that could have been 38 different UTVs or ATVs that were seen on the street, and that was what they were cited for. I don't have that specific information in front of me at this time, but if they violated other traffic laws, that doesn't stop the officer from issuing additional citations, whether it was no driver's license, whatever. You ran a stop sign, he can issue a citation for that as well.
Okay, yeah, I'm getting a little better picture of it now. If you go back to that graph that the mayor likes to see, I like to see it too. It does show that even though it's a little bit more than 2019 complaints, they are going down if you average out the complaints over time. So, and I have to admit, I haven't heard a complaint now in, what are we, January? I would have to say 3-4 months, maybe 5 months, maybe at the most. Whereas most of the complaints were last spring, and even into the summer somewhat. I guess what I'm saying is that, yeah, you see these vehicles, they can be careless and reckless in how they operate them, because that's exactly how they operate them in the desert. They want to be as wild as they can get. And so that carries over onto our city streets somewhat. With the speeding. The main thing here is noise. It's all about noise. And UTVs, ATVs aren't the only vehicles in our streets that are loud. I'll never forget this. Behind my house in the next door neighborhood, there was the loudest, I don't know what it was. It was some kind of strange vehicle. I couldn't believe how loud it was. And it ran up and down the street over a week's time, maybe 3-4 times. I couldn't believe how loud it was. Of course, there again, if I call it in, that definitely, they would never be there. It was just one loud, quick trip down the street. And so here's the thing. If you are going to register these vehicles, okay, can you put a high priority on the registration to measure the noise they make and make sure it's down to the level of an ordinary car? Not quite to the Prius noise maybe, but down to a regular car. And I think that would make a lot of people happy. Okay, that's all I have to say then.
Thanks for that, Councilor. Rob or Deputy Chief Brock, I seem to recall that when we passed that ordinance, it required either a muffler or a catalytic converter or both. Do you all have that handy?
Mr. Mayor, I do have that handy, and it does require them to have a muffler equipped on the vehicle, yes.
Yeah, and I think Councilor Sorg, the ones that you're hearing, because I've heard what you're saying, I don't think they have a muffler at all.
Right.
So and that kind of leads me to just share my opinion with you all and see if you would consider this. And I'm going to circle back to what Councilor Vasquez was saying. First off, I think the reason why you saw the increase from 2019 to now is because there were people who were riding these unlawfully. And if you look at the spike, and that was right after we passed it in between March and May, it looks like the month of April, it was huge. But ever since that, I'm encouraged to see that it's declining. I also like the fact what DC Brock said about how you have a certain faction who are upset with those who aren't obeying because they know that we're in its infancy here and it could very well go away. So I was going to suggest, if it's okay with you all, that we wait another 6 more months, take a look at this, because we don't really have the data for the full 2020. We just barely finished 2020. And kind of monitor it every 6 months, wait until we do implement those rules and see if it even comes down more, because it's possible that a lot of those that aren't legal aren't going to get their sticker, and that may do away with a lot of the other complaints. And you're right, Councilor Story. I don't get the complaints until you complain to me. So it's been a few months. So that's kind of how it goes. When they complain to you give them to me. So.
One more thing to understand here. The little ATVs, are they allowed at all to be on the streets, Chief Brock?
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Sorg, are you asking specifically about like 4-wheelers?
Yeah.
No, they're not legal on the street.
Yeah. So, I mean, if you find them, you just have to cite them or whatever to educate them. They're not to be on the streets at all. Okay. That's what I was wondering about, because you were putting them together here and all. Okay. That's good, Mayor. Thank you.
Maybe we can have you go to the academy and get certified so that you can start giving out tickets, and then 2 for 1 there for your district. So is that okay, members of council? Maybe revisit this in 6 months, and let's work with legal to try to get whatever it is needed so we can get the regulations out and the fines and the fees, and as Council Mayor Pro Tem said, a lot more public education about this, and you need to have this, and this, and these are legal, and then these aren't legal, and hopefully we can put out in the media that, this isn't a given that's always going to stay like this, but I am encouraged to see that the complaints are decreasing. Councilor Bencomo?
Yeah, Mayor, thank you. I totally agree with what you just said there about public education efforts. And, when I first was elected last year, I went to a meeting hosted by Codes Enforcement. They had just done, I am so sorry, I'm going to forget the name of this, DC Brock, maybe they just done, they had picked a specific area and they flyered the community, and it was like a very focused codes enforcement type of program in this certain neighborhood. And then they met at the end of it and, discussed with constituents what they had found and all of that. Perhaps something similar can be implemented here with ATV users in terms of, obviously not the exact same thing, right? But like a similar strategy so that we can get information to the most people as possible. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Thank you. Man, a few words.
I wonder if we need to have a UTV patrol and have a few vehicles out there patrolling out area. Okay, so if that's okay, is that good, Rob and DC Brock, that we can come back 6 months later and still keep statistics as much as you can? The more concise, the better, so we can get an idea, and preferably what area. That would be good, and then and then see what we need to do to get those regulations in place, Rob, so that bring it to council and we'll pass it, and then we'll do our best to educate the public on the pros and cons of using the UTVs.
Mayor, council, I will get with the police department and whoever I need to get with to make sure we get the permit system in place.
Very good. Okay, great. Well, thank you very much for the presentation. We appreciate it. Now we're going to go to the last item, 3.3, consolidated plan discussion. Looks like Natalie Green is going to be presenting.
Good afternoon, Mayor. This is Larry Nichols, Community Development. And you are right. We will have the Community Improvement Program with Dave Weir and Natalie Green be available for participation. But primarily, the consolidated plan is a plan that we have, we prepare a process for the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development, HUD, about the resources and priorities and activities that we prepare for the different federal programs that we have, our community development block grants, for example. We have with us today the Crescendo Consulting Group, and they'll be presenting the presentation on various subjects that I think you'll find very interesting, particularly about the different groups on affordable housing and some of those items that we talk about so often. And with that, I yield to Crescendo Consulting Group.
Thanks, Larry.
Good afternoon. My name is Scott Good. I'm the managing principal here at Crescendo Consulting Group. I'm joined by Caitlin Mishu and Mr. Mayor, council members, and others here on the call. Thank you very much for the opportunity to share with you for a few minutes some of the highlights of this very important work that's ongoing. We've completed a lot of it to date, but we would like to share with you some of the highlights. If you could go to the next slide, please. As was mentioned a moment ago, the 5-year consolidated plan, it is required every 5 years, but it's particularly important because it looks at the housing, the community development needs, the resources that are available, and the priorities, along with the proposed strategies, all designed to align and most effectively use those funds that were mentioned a few moments ago, the CDBG and the home funds as well. So we have accomplished quite a bit to date on this project, and we'd like to share a few highlights with you. Go to the next slide, please. We have scores and scores, maybe hundreds of pages of data and information, but we would like to share with you some of the highlights from these categories here on your screen. Some data regarding the population and poverty overview, some housing analyses and gap analyses, some about homelessness there in the area. We've also conducted a lot of interviews and a lot of focus group or group meeting discussions, which are honestly just fascinating. The data provides a nice foundation for all this work, but it's really once you start to speak with people, and we've spoken with many counselors and others here on this call today. We've spoken with you as well, but also many other community members and different groups there. They're in the Las Cruces area. The other thing that we've done, and I'm very thankful for the community there. We have currently in the field still a community survey, and we'll come back to this shortly. But there's almost 1,000 responses to this survey, which is almost unheard of. So we're delighted that the degree of participation is so very high there. So we'll come back to those highlights in just a few minutes. But I'd like to introduce Caitlin Mishu on the line with us now, who will walk through some of the data tables on some of the population poverty data and some of those other first 4 or 5 points there on this slide. Caitlin?
Great. Thank you, Scott. Mayor, council members, thank you for allowing us to come to your very busy meeting today to share some highlights of the consolidated plan. My name is Caitlin Michaud. I'm going to be walking through about the next 20 slides with you all today. At this time, I'm going to ask you to hold your questions to the end so we can get through all these slides today. Certainly, if there's a dying question you need to ask it, please let us know, and certainly we can accommodate that. And I do want to start us off with the preface that we are still in the process of doing the research. So some of this data is still preliminary data. We're just kind of introducing it to you. You'll see more of this later on in the spring as we finalize the data. So please keep that in mind, especially when Scott comes back in about 20 or so slides to talk about the community survey, because that survey is still live and active and community members are still able to take that survey. We don't predict the data to change drastically if we all of a sudden we get another 1,000 responses. but it's possible. So today we are going to talk about some of the high-level data. We'll start off with some of the population data from the U.S. Census Bureau. As many of you are aware that the U.S. Census did do an updated census in 2020. That data will not be available for another year or two. So we were able to pull data from the 2019 American Community Survey. So you're going to see a lot of comparison data, and I'm going to try to hit the high levels here. Certainly we can make this slide deck available to you all after this meeting, and you're more than welcome to dive more into the data. And if you have further questions, we're happy to answer some of those offline as well. So to get us started, we're going to kick off with some general population overview of what the city of Las Cruces looks like currently and what it looked like about 10 years ago. So the consolidated plan is really focused on 2021 through 2025. But a lot of the data, when we do these processes, we look in kind of what happened in the past, what's going on, and what are some of the trends here. Probably to no surprise to many of you on the call today is that the population in Las Cruces is growing and has grown since 2010. So you have seen a small increase. It's not drastic, but it is still growing. So the total population has increased about just over 5% here. And what's really interesting and what's really positive that we're seeing is that the median income in the past 10 years has increased almost 25%. And you'll see some of the disparities in the next slide. But I do want to cover, which is really interesting here, is that if we break out the population by age groups, you're really starting to see some of the differences here. And you'll want to keep this in mind as you go through your strategic plan and some of the work with the consolidated plan, that depending on what age group and as we age in place, which is becoming more of a trend here in our country, is that at different times in your life, you need different services, you have different housing needs. So one of the really interesting things that we discovered in the data here is that your fastest growing age group is really the senior population. So you're seeing from the 65 to 84, you have almost 30% increase of population. What is probably no surprise to many of you is from that age 18 to about that retirement age is you're actually seeing a decrease in population. A lot of that happens in many states. Crescendo is based in Maine, and we see this in Maine and a lot of more rural states, is that oftentimes when you graduate high school, you go off to university in a big city, and then you happen to stay in that city for a while because you probably have a lot of student loans and you need a high-paying job to pay those off. And then you'll maybe start to get in that childbearing age, and then you'll start to boomerang and come back home. Or maybe as you start to retire or transition in your life, you'll come home. So you'll start to see some population differences, and certainly keep this in mind as seniors have unique needs, oftentimes more related to healthcare, but also a lot of housing needs. Natalie, next slide, please. So here's an interesting chart here on median income changes over the past 10 years. So the median income has increased in Las Cruces. And what's really interesting, if you break it out by white, non-Hispanic, and Hispanic Latino populations, you can see that the disparity between the two racial ethnic groups are becoming more equal. About 10 years ago is very drastic difference there between, the average income for Hispanic Latino household was about $30,000 compared to about $36,000 or so for the white non-Hispanic community members in Las Cruces. But now it's becoming almost the same there, about $45,000 annual household income. So you can see the disparities are shrinking in Las Cruces. Natalie, next slide, please. So for a quick poverty overview, and certainly as the whole consolidated plan report goes to public comment in a few months, there'll be a lot more data tables within that large report that's really focused on poverty, but we wanted to give you at least one or two to give you kind of paint that picture here as we look at some of the preliminary data here. So most of the poverty rates in the area have stayed very similar, maybe a slight increase, but it's not significant. The one feature that is a significant increase in poverty is children in poverty has increased in the past 10 years. So that is certainly something we'll want to focus on a bit going forward. And if you look at the map over here, we want to give you kind of some spatial reference here, but most of the poverty in Las Cruces is focused around the older central neighborhoods near downtown. Natalie, next slide, please. So now we are going to look at households. So what we looked at was population. So we're looking at number of individuals. Now we're going to look at the number of households in Las Cruces. So the number of households in Las Cruces hasn't changed a whole lot, just about 2% from about 39 to 40,000 within the city. We also have some Doña Ana County data here as well, which has seen a slightly more increase in number of households. Now, what's interesting as well, we're starting to break out some of the data by renters and by household owners, so owner-occupied housing within the city. So here we have a table that is divided out by different income brackets here. So what you're going to see with this table is as household income, so the median income of that household increases, the more likelihood that household will be a homeowner versus a renter. The lower income household brackets are more likely to be renters in Las Cruces. And that's very similar across the country, that you'll see that breakdown of income versus homeowners versus renters. And you can see the very big difference here. Oh, Natalie, can go back for a second. Thank you. So you can see the huge kind of discrepancy really in the median incomes of renters of about 22,000 versus homeowners, which is 66,000. So that is a very significant difference in median income. Councilman Song, did you have a question? I see a hand raised.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yes, I have. What you were just saying there, I didn't follow the word that those numbers are, what part of this slide you're talking about.
Yep. Yeah, so now we're looking at households. So think about this as like the number of houses in Las Cruces versus the previous few slides were number of individuals, so the population. So now we're kind of, does that make sense?
Yeah, I understand what a household is now better. But how do you explain that 75,000 to 99,000, 16% are renters?
Yeah, so
that seems to be an aberration or something.
Yeah, so it's interesting how that data plays out. This is stuff as we're going through the analysis that we're digging deeper into. But sometimes that is likely due to either someone who doesn't want to be a homeowner. There are people who never want to own a home because they don't want to deal with, fixing the toilet or a roof or anything like that. So sometimes they'll just be permanent renters for life. It could also indicate an older retired person who maybe not want to, again, be a homeowner, or sometimes a new family or a couple or individual might move into town. They just got a job there, relocated, and sometimes they'll be a renter for a while before they become a homeowner. So there's different kind of scenarios that can play into that. And this is certainly we're diving a little deeper into as we look at the data and what it actually means. So this is where a lot of times we look at the quantitative data, but we do the qualitative data as well, and do the interviews, we do the focus groups to really kind of figure out what some of these numbers are, because the numbers tell you only so much. And of course, the Census Bureau isn't going to tell you why that's 16%. So that's where we have to kind of do that analysis and connect the dots with all the research to figure out why that's the case.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Natalie, next slide, please. Thank you. So this is a big giant chart here. You'll see a version of this in the consolidated plan. HUD requires all these tables to be formatted the way HUD wants them to be. So what we did is we converted these tables into a more reader-friendly version because they just want counts, so the number of houses, which really is kind of meaningless if you don't know what you're looking for. Like HUD has certain things they look for. So what we did is we converted everything into percentage because it really tells a story here. So these are the top about 5 or 6 things that HUD really wants to know about within a community as far as housing related issues. And we have it broken out by renters and owners, and we have it done by income. So for all the work that Natalie and her team does within the city and also across the country with consolidated plans, is HUD divides out their qualifications for funding for projects and families and individuals to help based on their income bracket. So we had the 0 to 30%, 31 to 50, 51 to 80, 81 to 100%. And this is of the median income of that city. And this is kind of goes into the qualifications. So you'll see that throughout the presentation, but also throughout the consolidated plan report in a few months. So what HUD really looks at is kind of substandard housing. So lack of plumbing or kitchen facilities, severely overcrowdedness, and two different versions there of the number of people. And then also the key one really to look at here, and this is one of the issues that we're seeing identified in Las Cruces, is cost of housing and being housing burden. And this is something that's not necessarily unique to Las Cruces. We're seeing this across the country in many small, medium, large cities where the cost of housing is, you know, way more expensive and increasing significantly faster than median incomes in a lot of areas. So you can see that as far as substandard housing, overcrowdedness, not a ton of issues, but certainly there is more issues in some of the renters versus owners and vice versa as far as substandard housing, especially among the very, very low income community members here. What's alarming here is these highlighted yellow rows here, which is really focused on those who are cost burdened with their housing. And you can see it's slightly more with the renters, but you're also seeing cost burden, especially in the very low income for owners. And those individuals are likely probably retirees who are very fixed income. They live on Social Security, they live maybe on a pension, they live on disability. So for many of those who might be in that situation, they might not have the money or the funds to upkeep with their housing. So maybe they need a new roof, but they can't afford it. Or maybe, you know, their plumbing is not working or their stove broke. So those are issues that could happen and also lead to other housing related issues within the community. Next slide, please, Natalie. So now we have housing cost burden breaking down by racial ethnic group. Again, this is another HUD required table that we converted to percentage here. So what's really interesting about this is that there's not, as far as, so the less than 30% housing costs, the first line here, the first, column is really those who are not cost burdened. So these are people that can afford their housing. So you can see a good portion of the community, you know, aren't cost burden as far as HUD defines it as. As we go into the 30-50%, that's when you can start to see people getting more cost burden here. And you can start to see some disparities within the community. The American Indian, Alaska Native, while the population is small compared to other racial ethnic groups in the community, you can start to see that there is some disproportions of those who might be more likely to be cost burden within the community. And the same with the Asian population. Again, it's a small subpopulation within Las Cruces, but is one that is starting to feel that the cost burden within the community. And as we get into the greater than 50%, that is what HUD defines as severely cost burden. So these are people that are spending, 50% or more possibly of their income towards housing, whether it's rent or mortgage or, their utility bills. And again, you can start to see some disparities within these groups. Next slide, please, Natalie. So these are really interesting tables here that I want to talk through. You're going to start to see some of these tables are really getting into the gap analysis. And I know many of you here at the City Council and also within the community are really interested and passionate about affordable housing. So we're going to look into some of that data. Again, we're still in the early phases of really analyzing some of this data. So please keep that in mind that we haven't fully dived in and connected all the dots yet for everything, but we are currently working on that now. But we just want to, let me just move my videos there. So here's a table that talks about your current housing stock in 2019. So you can see most of the housing stock, whether you're owner, so owner occupied housing, you own your home, or you're renter, a lot of the units in Las Cruces are single family homes. Most of them are detached, but there are some kind of attached single family units. You can also see a small percentage of multi-units as well. Most of them tend to be the kind of small to medium size versus the much larger apartment complex that you might see in a larger city. And there's also a small percentage of kind of mobile homes, RV parks, and other. And you can see most owner occupied housing is single family, and you can start to see more renters in multi-units. Next slide, please, Natalie. So these are some of the fun tables that we like to look at here. So this here is a table. So we're looking at renters first here. We'll look at, next slide will be owner occupied housing, but let's spend a little time looking at rental units right now. So what this table is telling you is that the first column here on the left is talking about monthly rent brackets here. So you have everything from $1 to just under $500 all the way up to $3,000 a month in what people might spend on rent. The average median rent in Las Cruces at the moment is $779. So the second column here is supply of existing rental occupied housing units. So this is what the Census Bureau is reporting in Las Cruces as the housing in that monthly rent bracket. So let's look at $500 to $99 per month for rent. So within that category, there is just over 10,000 units in the city of Las Cruces currently. So the third column here is we calculated this with data from the Census Bureau. So this is looking at the number of households able to afford. So based on the median income of renters in Las Cruces, we calculated this data to show that there are about just over 4,500 households that are able to afford rent in the $500 to just under $1,000 a month in rent. So based on what the U.S. Census Bureau has identified of just over 10,000 units, there is a surplus of units in Las Cruces that fall in that category. Again, we don't know if these are all rented out or not. That would be a much longer process of figuring that out. But if we look at the income, or let's look at the rental of $1 to $500. So we're looking at very low income individuals that would be able to afford this rent. So the current stock of existing units is 2,600. But then we can look at the households of just over 7,000 people can afford this rent, and you can see a deficiency. So there's about 4,500 households that, according to the data, that's what they can afford, but there's a lack of housing. So that is showing there's a lack of affordable housing. And you can see in the red as the higher monthly rent increases and the number of households can afford to rent those also increases as well. So you're seeing a deficiency in the higher rentals, but the likelihood of those individuals actually needing rent is probably smaller because those individuals are more likely to be homeowners or more interested in buying a home. But what is also common as well is that those of higher income will also likely rent a lower priced unit as well because they might want to save money to buy a house. So those in the higher income bracket are also taking up units that might be deemed more affordable housing, or those who don't have as much income to spend on monthly rent. Next slide, please, Natalie. So now we're going to look at the same table, or very similar, but this is for homeowners. So those are the individuals that might be interested in buying homeowners. Again, U.S. Census data does not just differentiate between those who are buying a house or not. This is just what the numbers are based on the number of housing stock units in Las Cruces and those households that can afford it. So the similar idea with the column on the left here is the home value. So think about houses under 50,000, and you have the houses that fall in the 100,000 to just under 150,000. So you can see that there is a surplus in the lower kind of housing values. But again, U.S. Census Bureau does not differentiate whether that $50,000 house might be available, but is it livable? It could be very deteriorated and it could be vacant. We don't know that, and the Census Bureau does not indicate that within their numbers. So it says that there might be a surplus, but again, it comes down to the quality of the housing. And then those that it shows a deficiency in the higher bracket, say a $500,000 home, those probably don't go on the market very often within the community, or those who could afford that will likely probably build their own. Next slide, please, Natalie. So here's another look at the housing gap analysis within the community. So this data comes again from a mix of sources. Some of it comes from MSL data, the units available and what's sold or is available on the market within the past 12 months. We also use the American Community Survey, so from the US Census Bureau, and we also did some own internal calculations to create this table for you. So again, the left-hand column talks about the percent of median income. So again, you're looking at median income and whether they fall into that very low income, so that 0 to 30%. So likely those on a very fixed income, all the way up to those who make over 120 or over for income here. So again, we looked at the data based on kind of the median income brackets, again, that 0 to 10,000. You saw a few slides ago, 25 to 35. It's how the US Census Bureau defines the income brackets. And then based on limits here and affordable pricing, we're able to calculate subsidy needed. So those who live on a very fixed income, so those are going to be earning about $13,000 a year. So again, likely people on fixed income, whether Social Security, disability, very low income, minimum wage, they can only afford a house just under $50,000. So the median price home in 2019 in Las Cruces was about $150,000. So if someone wanted to buy a home of the median price, they would need over $100,000 in subsidy. So it making, home ownership for those of very low income pretty much impossible. And those obviously whom are making much closer or over the median income in the community are very likely able to afford a house if they would choose to. Next slide, Natalie. So again, looking at housing costs between 2010 and 2019. So again, I think we all know that in 2020, the real estate market has been very hot. So the likelihood of 160,000 being the kind of median home value in 2020 is probably a lot more because of the housing market was so hot. So making, especially for first-time buyers, buying a house a little more difficult this past year. But you can see that median home value has increased, and oftentimes that is a good thing, especially if you're a homeowner. If you're trying to buy a house, not necessarily. But the big key thing to look at in this table is the median rent. So in the past 10 years, rent has increased 15%. What's interesting is that if you remember in our very first slide, we looked at household income. So household income increased about almost 25%. So it's a good thing to see that average rent is still under the median income kind of percent increase there. You don't want to see median rent increasing over what income has in the area, where you often see that in other places across the country, that the cost of housing is far surpassing the increase in any sort of median income for a community. But you're not seeing that as much in Las Cruces. So that's a positive thing. Next slide, please, Natalie. So this is a good table that actually the League of Women Voters shared with us from Atlanta, and we were able to recreate it. And oftentimes when we look at all these data tables, you're just looking at numbers, percentages, and it's hard to really put it into real life. So this table does a good job of really putting like a face or like a name or just thinking about someone within your community to one of these kind of categories. You likely know someone in your community, or maybe you yourself are a retiree on a fixed income, or maybe your son, daughter, nephew, neighbor is a teacher at the local elementary school. So it's a lot easier to think about these as real people in this way of looking at housing costs. So let's first look at retirees on fixed incomes. So again, this comes from the Social Security about what the average household would have on Social Security. So annually they take in about $18,000. So the max rent they could afford is $457. So for a retiree who may or may not have some mobility or other healthcare issues, it'd make it really hard for them to find affordable housing in Las Cruces. And also if they want to buy a house as well, knowing that the median income household value is over $150,000, but they can only afford a $52,000 house. You know, the chances of that being a livable house available for sale in Las Cruces is probably pretty small. Now, if we look at single parent with, let's say, a child, very common that single mom or single dad and little kiddo, that person's going to likely make a, estimated housing income of just over $32,000. So their potential rent of what they can afford is $800 a month, slightly more. They can afford a house up to $92,000. But again, knowing what some of the houses have sold in the recent, that they will likely have a hard time, going into home ownership without some assistance. Next slide, please, Natalie. So now we're going to switch gears a little bit and talk about some of the homelessness data within Las Cruces. So this data here was provided by the New Mexico Coalition to End Homelessness. They do annually what's called point in time counts. So usually it's around January every year. They recently, or they will be probably shortly, another week or two, doing the 2021. They did not have 2020 data for us, so we have 2019 data. So they spend a day going around the community and essentially counting homeless individuals within the community. So on this date there's a typo there. It should be 2019, not 2020, that there was an estimated count of just under 500 individuals within Las Cruces who is homeless. And then the data is also divided out whether they're sheltered or if they're unsheltered, and kind of if they were in a family, or if they're chronically homeless, or if they are a veteran. I think what's a key takeaway really from these tables and the slide is that of the almost 500 homeless individuals, a third of them were unsheltered. And you can also see that about just over 100 of the individuals were identified with mental health issues. Next slide, please, Natalie. So now we're going to dive into some of the qualitative research findings. And again, we're just really giving you the 30,000-foot view, the high-level view of the qualitative data. We're really digging into doing some textual analysis of our findings. We are finishing a couple last interviews as well during this process. So when we present the consolidated plan in a few months, you'll definitely have a more robust findings, but we're going to share some high levels. To kick us off, we've done over 57 stakeholder interviews with the community. I know some of you, council members, we have talked to many of you. We really appreciate your insights, and some of the public on the call today. We chatted with many city employees, realtors and home builders, banks, lenders, community organization leaders, educators. We really tried to talk to anyone who would like to participate and do an interview with us. We also held 8 focus groups with a total of 31 participants from the public. Anyone was invited to participate, so we really appreciated those who participated and took their time to join us on a focus group. Next slide, please, Natalie. So we'll start off with some affordable housing themes that we have identified so far. And again, we're keeping on a very high level for you today, is that we've identified there's a need for increased stock of both rental and owner-occupied units for especially low-income residents. We also need an increased stock of different housing types. So we're talking about more multi-units or studios efficiencies or tiny homes, shipping containers. So some more diversity within the types of affordable housing versus just single-family homes. Other identified themes so far is just an increased number of private landlords who are willing to accept housing vouchers. There's a huge waiting list for those on housing vouchers. I think it's about a 1 to 2 year wait at the moment. And there's a lot of landlords, private landlords within Las Cruces, but many of them aren't accepting the housing vouchers for various reasons right now. We'll talk a little more about that momentarily. And another kind of high level theme is really encourage builders and developers to build affordable housing in Las Cruces. And that could be from financial incentives and support from the city or cost of land. So there's a lot of variables that go into kind of encouraging developers to build more. Next slide, please, Natalie. So let's talk a little bit about homelessness here. And again, this is very related to housing, but we wanted to kind of divide out some of the homeless needs because there are some unique needs as well. So it's really interesting with the homelessness population. Obviously, they need housing. That's a key issue, is that they need places to sleep, whether it's short-term emergency or it's more that transition to permanent. So we increase number of shelter beds or rental assistance, especially in light of COVID now, where there's more people struggling paying rent. So those could be on the brink of homelessness. And then again, going into private landlords who accept vouchers. But what's really important to note within the homelessness population and the concept is there's a need for expanded or established more wraparound social services. So what we mean by that is really focus on some mental health services, some substance use treatment facilities, employment and job opportunities, access to healthy food or just access to food and a shower, a place to do laundry. So those are more the, they're related to housing, but not necessarily housing issues. Next slide, please, Natalie. So this is a really interesting topic that we see pop up often when we do these projects across the country. And I'm looking at this from several angles here. So we're talking a little bit about stigma and discrimination. Again, there is a perceived kind of stigma within Las Cruces within private landlords about the housing voucher program. Is a lot of people tend to think housing vouchers, Section 8, the people on those housing voucher programs might not always be the best tenants, or they don't understand the program. So there's a lot of misconceptions around that. So it's really important to increase education and knowledge about the housing voucher program so landlords understand what it is and make more units available to accept housing vouchers. Other thing that popped up often, we heard about this within our interviews with a variety of people within the community, which was really interesting, is the stigma around affordable housing. We heard from quite a few individuals in the community that when there's conversations about some of the infill developments or affordable housing projects that the city and others are working on, is that a lot of people in the community are like, not in our backyard. So there's some stigma or just a lack of education around what affordable housing really is. So again, providing more education around what that is and create awareness and also create that community engagement that really embraces affordable housing projects. And also some increased education around fair housing laws as well is important for landlords, for lenders, for anyone who works with housing related projects and issues within the community. Next slide, Natalie. And also important too with consolidated plan, it's not just about housing, but it's other opportunities as well, especially with economic development, which is often tied with housing, is that there's an increased need for increasing the living wage job opportunities in Las Cruces. I know the city for the past few years or so has been really focused on raising the minimum wage. So now it's kind of that next step of, okay, we're raising the minimum wage to be a more livable wage, but let's look at different opportunities that might provide a better job for opportunity. I know, healthcare or education often tends to be, a good job opportunities. What are ways that you can track new businesses in various industries, like technology or manufacturing, healthcare, could be anything. So attracting those new businesses, but also expanding job training opportunities for any sorts of like allied health, tech, skilled trades. Those often came up in conversations. So it's really around, providing the training opportunities, creating those new businesses and industries that will also, hopefully at the end of the day, increase the living wage within the community. And again, start to raise that median income within the city. And then improve public transportation and infrastructure and adding kind of alternatives as well. So sidewalks or bike lanes, So a lot of people don't necessarily have a car, so they need to get to their job or to school, and public transportation is an opportunity for those. Next slide, please, Natalie. And our last findings here, again, high level, is around awareness and communications. So we find Crescendo's does needs assessments across the country for various clients, from healthcare to social service to municipalities like Las Cruces. And we often find awareness of various services is one of the top needs. So it's really around what current services or opportunities are in Las Cruces, and how do you connect the people who are in need to those services. So oftentimes it comes down to communication. How do you get that information out to everyone in the community? And then another thing which I think came to the limelight, mostly due to the pandemic, is really expanding access to broadband and technology, especially for those on low income. With remote schooling now, some households don't have a computer, or they don't have internet, so it makes it hard for those kiddos that are now in remote learning to attend school if they don't have the technology to do so. Next slide, please, Natalie. Thank you. Okay, I'm going to turn it over to Scott now.
Well, hello once again, Mayor, councilors, others here in the call. As Caitlin just summarized, there's a tremendous amount of data that we've pulled for the consolidated plan, and a lot of citizen participation went into this work so far as well. You know, think about the data. There's really enough to make one's head spin, but we are trying to, through this process, create a real boiled down version as to what the data really means. And so, Caitlin, thank you for sharing some of the highlights there. Certainly there's an opportunity for more lower income, affordable housing. Probably not a big surprise, but to look at the magnitude of the needs, I think was helpful. To sort of build on that, on the data and the qualitative work, we launched a community survey. And it was, like I mentioned earlier, that the participation was outstanding. I think we had 925 or 930 responses so far. If you haven't taken part in the survey, feel free to do so. It's going to be open for another 4 or 5 days. I would like to share with you some of the highlights. First of all, I'm a former statistics professor, so I'm always very interested in how the data represents the community, and it's pretty good. You know, the representation across all age groups and income categories was solid, and I spared you the task of looking at all these charts and tables that go into this, but we certainly have them. But the representation was solid among across age groups and income levels as well. Most respondents, even though the survey was available in Spanish language or English, most respondents, all but a handful, honestly, chose to take it in English. Even though about a third of the respondents were Hispanic ethnically, so that was good to see too. Let's go to the next slide, Natalie, if you would please. I'd like to share with you some of the results. I could take you through a long walk through some of the methodology and things like that, but it really boils down to, in sum and substance, about, you know, what are the needs, and are the needs different among age groups, or among ethnic and racial groups, or among other categories. So just as an overall slide at first, I think we started out with 40 or 50 or 60 different needs that were evaluated, and I'm showing you the top 10 here overall. The first one, no surprise, economic development. That's identified by everybody as a huge need, and not surprisingly, the economic engine drives housing as well as everything else. Before I go down through the list, that second column there, the type of need, community, homeless facilities and services, etc. We did divide each of these 50 or 60 needs into categories. For example, the second one, mental health services, substance abuse treatment, supportive services, primarily focused toward those experiencing homelessness or at risk of becoming homelessness. That's how you might read these two columns together. And as you take half a step back, you can see that as you look down through that middle column, the type of needs, that half of those top 10 needs are either homeless facilities and services related, or they're direct housing related. The need number 9 here toward the bottom, safe housing for seniors. That's really the only one specifically in that housing category. But remember, the CDBG funds in particular can be used not just for direct housing, but can be used for supportive services, homeless services and facilities, different types of community services and infrastructure and economic development as well. So that's why we include these items in the survey also. So here's the overall top 10, but we wanted to dig a little bit deeper. So Natalie, if you could go to the next slide, we can share with you some of the key highlights here. So we did break it out by the 2 largest racial or ethnic groups represented in the survey. Of the 3 columns here, the far left is the overall or the total column. The column in the middle is for white non-Hispanics. On the far right is the Hispanic or Latinx ethnic group. And you can see this looks a little bit like, I'm not sure, the different colors, it took me a little time getting used to it. But look at the top one on the top left corner, economic development. It's in light green. You can see that it's number 1 in the total. You go to the second column, that same light green is number 2 for white non-Hispanic, and also for Hispanics also it's number 2. You can follow those colors as well. Go back to the second one on the left, mental health services, dark yellow, number 2, whites non-Hispanic, it's the top of the list, and still not the top, but it's number 4 in the Hispanic community. Domestic violence shelters is number 3 across racial and ethnic groups. So what this is telling you, what this is telling us really, is that those top 3 needs among the total survey population, economic development, mental health services and substance use treatment, supportive services primarily for homeless or those at risk of homelessness, and domestic violence shelters, that those are pretty consistent across racial and ethnic groups. One very interesting difference is within the Hispanic community, seeing youth centers as the number one item, and it's not even among the top 5 with the whites and the non-Hispanic community. So that was the one interesting difference across this. I guess it was also interesting to see that there was large agreement among those top needs as well, the top 3 needs, mostly across ethnic and racial categories. But there was another cut that we wanted to make with the data itself. Natalie, if you could go to the next category, please, the next slide. This, what I'm going to show you actually wouldn't fit on one slide. So here's the things I want to share with you. Then we'll look at that data table here in just a moment. But looking at the effect of COVID-19, and it's interesting that we're not hearing that there's some, but there's not a lot of new needs. But those needs that are out there, whether it's economic, mental health issues, or housing-related issues, that they're all elevating. Again, it's no surprise, but to see it so dramatically was really quite eye-opening. And so certainly affordable housing and services for those experiencing homelessness elevated tremendously during the past 10 months. And I think you'll see that on the data table on the next page if you scroll through that, please. So here, we asked a question: which of these services is somewhat, or much more needed since the beginning of COVID-19? You can see that financial-related issues, unemployment, access to healthy food, mental health services, so economic and health services were really the items that are elevating more rapidly as far as needs in the community. So the way that we like to think about this is when we think about how to prioritize needs in a particular city or area, there's certainly an important place for what needs affect the most people. But we also try to look over the horizon a little bit. What are those needs that are increasing most rapidly to try to stay ahead of the curve a little bit? We can see that the things economic related, health related, and going down the list, utility assistance, rental and mortgage assistance, those are all elevating versus roughly a year ago. So during the survey, which is still in the field, we're learning a lot about the prioritization within the community of those needs, getting a quantitative read on it. We're categorizing those needs into certain information buckets or groups that we can use to better get some ideas about how best to use efficiently and effectively CDBG and home grant money. And we're trying to look ahead a little bit to see what are some of those more rapidly increasing needs in the community as well. Seeing too that in large part that age groups, racial ethnic categories, they're all of the same minds with a few exceptions. So Caitlin, I'm going to ask you if you'd like to close this part of our discussion and maybe help us field some questions if there are any from the mayor and the council and others here in the call.
Thank you, Scott. So this is Caitlin Michaud speaking. Next slide here is that our survey, as Scott just showed you, is preliminary data, but the survey is still open. If you have not taken the survey yet, we certainly encourage you to take it. It takes probably about 8 to 10 minutes at most. The link is right here on the slide deck, and certainly we can send it to you offline as needed. We do ask you if you'd like to send it out to your constituents or your friends, families, anyone you know. If they haven't taken it yet, we certainly encourage them to complete the survey. We are leaving it open into this Friday, and then we will close the survey so we can start finalizing the data and really slice and dice it as we need to get some really good results from it. As Scott has started, we'll dig deeper into a lot of the results once we have the final tabulation. Next slide, please, Natalie. So we wanted to give you some kind of next steps. The consolidated plan is a really long, month process. So we wanted to give you kind of heads up on what the next steps are, because you will be seeing us again in the next few months as far as presenting the actual final results of the consolidated plan. So again, just a reminder, the survey is still open. We'd really appreciate your feedback. So if you please have not done yet, please take the time to take that survey. As we've talked about already, we are completing an in-depth analysis of all the data. So we're really going to be digging into some of these data tables, really working on narrative, really adding, as I like to put it, adding the color to the story. We got all these data tables, all these calculations, but with the qualitative research that we're in the process of finishing up now in the week or two, is we're adding the color to the story now. So really looking at what has changed, especially in the past year. You know, the COVID pandemic, things have changed pretty rapidly on certain issues. So certainly we want to make sure that that is in the report and adheres what's really happening and the more immediate needs. And I think, as we all know, that, you know, COVID-19 is not going away anytime soon, and we will be seeing long-term effects. What all they are, we're not sure, but we know with the housing market and those struggling right now, you know, it could be a few years before people start getting their feet under them again. So we're in the process now, or we'll be transitioning with Natalie and her team of the city to work on the potential strategies and develop the 5-year goals and the annual goals for the fiscal year 2021. Natalie has been receiving, or will be receiving, I believe this week, organizations who are submitting funding to the city for the CDBG and home grant funding. They'll be reviewing those through their processes, which Natalie can answer those questions if you have any of those. But you will be seeing the consolidated plan and the analysis of impediments. They will be available for public comment tentatively at the end of March into April. So they will be available and they will be advertised. They will be on the city website, also advertised through social media and the newspaper to let people know that the reports will be available for 30 days so people can submit any comments they have about the reports. And we will be bringing the final reports to you all back in probably end of April, early May for your final review and approval. And then we will be entering them into HUD's platform and submitted to HUD, and then funding will come after that. Next slide, please, Natalie. So I just want to thank you all for the time and the opportunity to present to you, Mayor and council members. And at this time, we will happy to take any questions, thoughts, feedbacks about what we just presented to you and other questions you might have about the consolidated plan process.
Be sure to send that link to us.
Yes.
Okay, looks like we got, thank you for that presentation. Looks like we've got Councilor Beta-Stuvi and then Mayor Pro Tem Gondar. I have a couple questions.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you all. This was a really comprehensive analysis, and I appreciate you even mentioning topics to think about and showing us, especially on slide 24, just the different breakdowns that you had. I don't know if you can pull that one back up again. And
you said 24?
Yes, please.
There we go.
Yeah, great. And so these were all your top 10 items. And you said that you had a little bit more of an in-depth breakdown of this. That would be some information that once you guys get it all done, I'd be very interested in seeing, because I think there are a lot of connections when it comes to these different areas on what they'd like to see. I think slide 25 shows it a little bit more with how certain ethnicity, they want youth shelters. But what other correlations could we possibly be making when it comes to everything from ethnic groups to income and start pairing different items together? So I'm not sure if you have those types of breakdowns available for a more in-depth review.
Yes, thank you very much, Councilor. This is Scott Good speaking, and you know, I personally really find the data very valuable, and given that we have over 900 responses to this survey, it does allow us to do those breakdowns and those stratifications exactly as you're referring. So we have done a few here. We've done some broad categorization by age group, by race and ethnicity, and a few other things. But there's a lot more to go. We did want to give you a heads up to let you know that information's out there. Not just the breakdowns of the different categories, but you're right, as far as correlations between types of needs and types of community groups, I think is going to be fascinating. So we've started that process a little bit, but I think you can look forward to some more as well.
Fantastic, thank you. And then going to slide 25. I think, yeah, there you go. Thank you. When doing these types of items, I'm just trying to look at with your totals and everything. I'm curious how under your full totals, the youth centers did not make it on this list, while the mental health did, just given where they are. Domestic violence, 3s across the board. And then so just walk me through that process.
Yes, certainly. Well, it's you can think of it. This is Scott Good speaking again for person taking the minutes. You can think of it like a weighted average. That the white non-Hispanic part of the survey was about 65% of the total responses. Hispanic was about 30%. And just the way that the average is folded in, youth centers, I think overall was 6 or 7. So it just barely missed the screen. but it was just essentially a weighted average as to how they shook out.
Okay, so that means for us on council to be thinking about it, that the information that we're getting in doesn't necessarily reflect the demographics of the community then, because I would have had that, our demographics on how many of Hispanic seems that it would be a little bit higher. Is that something that we've considered with this as well? And it's a reminder, I think, for us on council on ways to make sure that we are reaching out in ways to these other groups.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Again, this is Scott Good. I think that's an excellent point, and certainly to fold in the survey data along with the other things is very helpful too, because we have some excellent qualitative data. We have some very strong foundational census data and other types of quantitative work, data that I think we'll build into that final prioritized list. So it's not just the survey that we're looking at, but this is one of many important pieces that we'll be aggregating together.
Well, thank you. I do appreciate that, and I look forward to seeing all the information and the data that you gather. And thank you, Mayor.
Mayor Pro Tem, sorry about that.
That's okay. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you so much, Scott. And I'm sorry, I forgot your name.
My name's Crescendo tonight. Apparently I can't change it.
What is your name, please?
Caitlin.
Caitlin.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you so much for this in-depth presentation and all the data. I was very comprehensive, very interested. This very much in terms of a survey I did a year ago in our resilience leaders. It's speaking to ensuring that 100% of our community get, the survival and thriving services based on social determinants of health. And I spoke a little bit, I think, about this with Caitlin, and she has spoken to other people in various sectors, I think, related to housing. And it's a lot of what we're hearing and seeing, so much data that's being gathered, by other groups, and it's simply what you're putting out specifically. So, very interested in hearing a little more statistical analysis, right, related to some of this and how really the city can engage in a educational campaign related to lots of these topics, right? There's so much that we do already. I always feel like we don't give the city staff enough credit for the work that is being done. And I especially appreciate the pandemic question, or, that being incorporated into this, because often, we're entering, as you know, planning, and some of the criticisms that we received about that survey was like, you didn't ask anything around the pandemic. How can we do anything until we get out of this, right? And you all know that it's a balancing act, and we must do a lot of different things in order, to keep things moving, the city business along. But I've appreciated your take on the sort of next steps related to the pandemic, what kinds of things that as a city we can focus in. And also I'm interested because I kept hearing a lot of, well, this is the way CBD, like the federal government collects data. We had to sort of move, and you're saying a lot of what we all say. It's like, if only there was flexibility in some of this, that then some of, this cohort of people will then be served in a way that's meaningful to them, rather than this, the federal government puts all these guidelines, and the city does as well. We do a lot of that, and it doesn't serve our public, right? Especially our homeless population, especially our low income population. And I'm really interested in hearing maybe some recommendations in terms of the policy level, how we can, from this, as a city, legislator, right, negotiate with our state and federal government moving forward. And I began having some of these conversations with Senator Heinrich's office, UDEL, and our former Representative Xochitl Torres Small in regards to housing, CDBG funding, sort of just they pigeonhole, the agencies into certain things, and it's not helpful at all to the general public, specifically our low income folks, homeless population, and the like. So it was more commentary. I've appreciated this. This is really up my wheelhouse, as you know, and I really am looking forward to having you come back in March or April, as you say, and the link will be important, and we'll make sure that I send that out to a large array of people that I have in a couple of listservs that I organize and manage. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Councilor Vasquez.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you to our presenters today. Thank you, Scott. That was really comprehensive look into some existing data, so I appreciate it. A couple of questions is one, did you say, what is the latest federal data that you used for this? You said it was the American Community Survey. What year was that from?
Caitlin, can you confirm the date is 2018?
It is, this is Caitlin Michaud from Crescendo. We use the 2019 American Community Survey. So it's the most latest data that is publicly available in the U.S. Census Bureau at the moment.
Thank you, Caitlin. I appreciate that. Since we do have some census data coming out, more comprehensive, I understand census data coming out. I think we just missed this 5-year mark, right, to be able to undertake this process with new data. Can you just quickly go over what might be different in the existing census data that we will have here shortly, and the American Community Survey? What is some of that data that would have helped inform this a little bit more comprehensively if we were using new data versus ACS data?
Hello, Council. This is Scott Good. I think that's, certainly demographic numbers, population, those are going to wiggle around a little bit. But I think what's going to be most interesting, especially if we could get projections for 2020 even, but certainly the 2019 data, is to look at those poverty and income data points as well. I'm interested in seeing not just the data points, but the trends going into 2020. We have anecdotal comments from a lot of our interviews and focus groups, and those are very, very helpful. But it always ties well, like Caitlin mentioned earlier, that the interviews add the color, while the data is kind of the backbone. So they both need to go together, though. So when we do get, when we get more current American Community Survey data, I think my first peek would be at things that are either economic related, or maybe those small population, disadvantaged population data points that might be particularly in need as we look at this consolidated plan as well. Is that helpful, sir?
That is helpful. Thank you. I appreciate that answer. And just wondering, I want to make sure that we're using the best available data to make decisions on where to allocate federal funds. They're so important to our community, and really we rely on them, right? Especially for our housing needs. So just want to make sure we're not missing an opportunity to use new data, but regardless, that the data that you have collected is very important. The other question I have is around funding models from HUD. one of the more innovative projects that we have in the city, in my district, that I was happy to champion are the Desert Hope apartments, and we converted an old apartment complex in a kind of low income area of the city into studio apartments. We doubled the number of occupancy potential for an apartment building, but we also included integrated services for those experiencing homelessness and mental health issues and economic distress issues. And so we will have a social worker on site that will be able to actually work with a individual that needs housing services or that needs mental health services. And we see that as meeting a number of goals that were identified in your survey. But we did have a challenge of being able to fund this type of facility. So just wondering if HUD has transitioned to a different type of funding model that would help support a variety of these services in an integrated model like this, or if there is still additional federal legislation or other administrative changes that need to take place to encourage more of this type of development that I think helps address several of the issues that we mentioned as being important in our community.
Excuse me. Yes, Councilor Scott Good here. I think that it's still tough to get spending categorizations changed at the federal level. Certainly with COVID and the CDBG-COVID or CV funding, the feds did reflect a willingness to sort of expand that ability to address certain types of services. So I'm optimistic. I guess it's a little bit of a wait and see right now, honestly. So I think that's more advocacy and that type of work from the council side and from the legislative side is always helpful, regardless of what changes may or may not be in the works right now. I wish I had a definitive answer for you, but let's say I'm more optimistic now about that level of change than I was a year ago.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And I think, really what I'm trying to get to is we want to spend our money more wisely that we do get, especially in the face of a potential economic recession and maybe even the lack of state dollars for some of the assistance that we get for programs like this. It's just so important to be able to use that wisely. So I appreciate that. And then my last question here is just around, especially with our housing shortage in the lower tier category. I think cities tend to develop in a way that concentrate low income housing in a particular part of the city that really promotes, division of class by geographic location that I think we're all consciously trying to really work on avoiding, because we don't want there to be a good part of town and a bad part of town. And so I know some of the numbers here don't necessarily reflect the geographic diversity of where some of that affordable housing exists. And so I'm just wondering if in any of the data that you collect, if it can help inform city policy on distributing affordable housing in all categories in a more even way, so that we are not, promoting the development where certain social classes live in certain parts of the city that I don't think makes for good community development personally. But just wondering if there's any data that helps to inform perhaps where new affordable housing is needed, or where it should be constructed in a way that kind of more equitably builds out populations of people and spreads folks out across the city.
I'll take this. This is Caitlin Michaud from Crescendo. Thank you, Councilman Vasquez. We do, within the larger report, and you'll see this again, that the large consolidated plan is about 200-page report. So you'll see a lot more data in that, and you'll see a lot more maps. So we do have some maps that show more of that concentration by census tract. So you can see some of that data, and certainly we have the capability to do more net mapping as well. So you can see some of that by census tract, and does at this moment, current kind of housing stock, there is more concentrated probably of that affordable housing within the older kind of neighborhoods and more center of town versus the more, I could say, affluent neighborhoods are probably more on the outskirts. So you can see some of that current, and certainly that can help inform future decisions as well. And I know this kind of goes into some of the qualitative research as well, where we've talked about, a lot of members talked about infill developments with some of that resistance from the neighborhood. So I think that goes into kind of your thoughts and feedback here as well, some of that awareness and education within the community about what affordable housing, what that definition actually is. Because I think there's this stigma around affordable housing being kind of, in quotes, kind of the ghetto or the projects, and that's what you don't want to do. So I think there's larger kind of conversations within the community to help kind of combat, and that will help with some of the diversity with developing new projects across the city.
Thank you. I look forward to seeing that map. I think that'd be a great tool for us to look at when we're thinking about where to locate these projects, and also taking into consideration obviously available resources within the city for some other needs that are pressing for folks to be able to get to safely and within a walking or biking or public transportation distance. So I appreciate it. Thank you, Scott and Caitlin, again for the presentation. And I look forward to seeing the final results and recommendations soon. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Councilor. Councilor Bencomo, Councilor Sword.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, thank you very much, Caitlin and Scott. I really appreciate this and all the work that you've been doing with our community and with the council and with staff. I'm very, very excited to see the final report. You know, as the chair of the Housing PRC, I think we've been very honestly overwhelmed in meeting the challenges that the city's facing currently with low-income families and the housing stock. And I feel like because those challenges are so big that they must be met with policies just as bold and big. And so, you know, I'm excited to really cross-reference the data to the priorities set out in Elevate Las Cruces. I think that's going to be critical work that we do in the PRC and that we bring back to the entire council. But I am curious in terms of from this consulting group, will we get a set of recommendations from you at the end of the process because the data is incredibly important and necessary for policymaking, but I'm curious if you will be providing some of those recommendations.
Thank you, Councilwoman Bencomo. This is Caitlin We showed from Crescendo. So what's interesting about the consolidated plan, again, HUD provides us a template of this is what we want. You know, it's a very prescribed, and we've already talked a little bit about this with other comments here with like, this is what the federal government wants and they don't want anything else, or like you have to fit in this box. But there is some flexibility, and we do plan on providing some potential strategies or some ideas for that next step. But, you know, HUD only wants what HUD wants to do their funding, but there is kind of that next step. And I think, you know, we want to help bridge that gap to get you to the next step. And then I think Natalie and her team will work with you all and others in the community to really talk about further strategies, because there are some limitation to the CDBG and home grants of what you can and can't spend that money on. So there is some kind of bridging that needs to happen, but we are going to make every effort we can to give you some ideas and strategies based on the findings in this report that you can take forward within the Housing Committee and other committees or organizations or, you know, work groups within the community.
Great. Well, we'll definitely have our homework cut out for us, Natalie and Mayor Pro Tem and Councilor Flores. But I'm really excited about having that discussion in the PRC and then bringing it back to the council for sure. You know, I did also just want to point out that in the data, that you presented early on in one of the slides, I think the demographics are somewhat the opposite, right? Because Las Cruces is a majority city, yet the majority of respondents and I think it's perhaps what Councilor Baita-Stubbe was trying to get at, right? That while the respondents were predominantly white, that's not what our community ultimately looks like, right? And so I think those things are important to consider when we when we really look at the data, and then what does that mean in the wider community? And that can be for a lot of things, right? I mean, I think it's access and equity, and who has access to, feeling like they're more able to participate than other people in their government processes. And I think that's a lot of the work that we have to do, certainly as a council and as a community. But I did want to point that out. My last question is really about wondering if you have in your research of our community in terms of this specific issue, come across, how do I phrase this? Does the city of Las Cruces as an institution have the resources and capacity to meet the growing housing needs in the city as a whole, right? That don't just fall, the responsibility is not just on nonprofits, on the shelter, right? But does the institution, because often I'm like, it's basically just Natalie against the world, right? And so I want to make sure that we are well equipped with what we need as a city in terms of meeting these housing needs. So have you come across sort of any of that analysis?
Yeah, thank you, Councilwoman Bencoma. This is Caitlin Michaud from Crescendo. I'm certainly not going to speak for Natalie. I'm sure she can provide some answers. But I do think, based on working with her team and some conversations with the community, I do think the housing department within the city might be kind of understaffed at the moment. So, and COVID, of course, has skewed everything. So their focus has, and the focus of many community organizations within Las Cruces and really across the country has been focused and shifted towards COVID. That's kind of the forefront immediate emerging issue that everyone's dealing with. So some unfortunate issues have been kind of pushed to the side. But I think Las Cruces, and again, this is with my conversations with everyone in the community so far, I think you have a good core infrastructure, and I think you have good people, at the head or in that leadership position in a lot of these organizations. I find through my conversations that many of these kind of what I deem kind of community movers or shakers or the leaders tend to be a little younger as well, which is a good thing. I know in many places across the country, especially Maine where we are, that a lot of leaders in these organizations are older and at the point of retirement. So that could be one potential challenge or barrier you could come to at some point, where you need that kind of transition of the younger generation taking on the leadership of some of these organizations that provide a lot of those infrastructure and those resources for the community, that there's that natural transition so nothing is lost during that time. If someone retires, that organization just doesn't retire with that person. So you want that kind of handoff within the organization, because that's where you lose the institutional knowledge or the resources. So you want to make sure you're keeping those things going so that there is no kind of stall or delay of services. But I think overall, Las Cruces is a very engaged community. I think people very much care about their community. I think some of it comes down to some of the regulatory or policy and also some funding, and I think staffing overall. But I think you're on the right track within the community. I can tell with all of you tonight, you're very passionate about housing, and with other conversations, a lot of people are, which is a good thing. People care about their community and care about their neighbors.
Yeah, thank you so much, Caitlin. I mean, the last thing I'll say is, in terms of that is, as we're headed into or have been in sort of budget conversations for the city in preparation for the next fiscal year, that we, wink, wink at EFO, that this is definitely a huge need in terms of make sure that we have the staff at, building really Natalie's team and that team in community development to meet the needs, the really growing needs of our community. And so I just want to make sure that that I don't miss a moment to really lift that up, because I think it isn't, we've been talking about a sustainability office for a long time. I personally feel like a housing department is just as necessary as something like that, to really, like I said, the policies that we put forth regarding housing have to be just as bold as the challenges in front of us. So thank you, Mayor.
Before we get to Councilor Sorg, looks like Larry had his hand up. Larry Nichols?
Yes, thank you, Mayor and City Council members. Larry Nichols, Community Development Team. And I wanted to use that word, Community Development Team, because to answer Councilor Bencomo's question regarding does the city have the capacity or the ability to develop more housing? And I'm going to be sending you, the council and the mayor, a report in a few days about the year activity for producing housing. You're going to find on the report that there were 740 single-family dwellings and other commercial projects related to housing this year. That is an all-time high for about the last 15 to 16 years. So does the community, the builders, the construction community have the capacity to do more housing? Yes, they do. They just have to have the resources in order to enable them to do that. And then the second thing I would like to mention as we're getting to the closing of this discussion is that we wanted to bring with our consultant, Crescendo Consulting Group, Kaylin and Scott, Assistant City Manager Enriquez, I told him we had this presentation scheduled for February, and he had the insight to say, you know what, we need to get this to City Council because they have their strategic planning retreat or endeavor coming up. And a lot of the information coming out of this report would be very beneficial to them, and as they take on the endeavor of developing their strategic plan. So we wanted to do that, and I'm glad we've done it. Yes, there will be more to come, but I think this data and presentation today will give you a platform to work on. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Larry. Okay, Councilor Sword.
Yes, Mr. Mayor. I thank you, Crescendo Consultants and Kaylin and Scott for all this good hard work that you're doing. What Councilor Vasquez was mentioning before about placement of affordable housing in the city, I just want to remind the whole council, and by the way, the whole council's been doing some great work on diving into this whole issue here. Good for you. What the city council for the last 11 years has always concentrated on getting affordable housing located in new developments, namely the planned unit developments that we have in the city here. And so we're trying. We have to hold our developers of these new subdivisions feet to the fire that they do build this affordable housing in those places, so that we don't have it concentrated in one place. And so I just wanted to point that out. We've been doing that for 11 years now. We got to keep doing it, of course. And good. We're good to go here. I am anyway. Thank you very much, Mayor and Council.
Thanks, Councilor. Okay, well, as that was really great information, I have to say, and very we can utilize this on many of the decisions we'll be making moving forward. So thank you very much for this. I'm just going to ask Ifo what you all needed for us to do, or was this going to just be an initial update, and then you're going to bring back some more, or what is it that normally when we have work sessions, it usually leads to some type of a decision, but let me just call on Ifo to see if he has something he'd like to say. We do this every week, so he earns his pay that week. So, see. Ifo, you there?
Mayor and Council, no, I appreciate the opportunity. I mean, I'll after I just share a couple of thoughts, I'll have Natalie or maybe Larry express if they have any specific asks. But yeah, I think the main thing is presenting the information. We do have a lot of policies, a lot of even organizational changes and things that are going to come about as a result of some of this data regarding, some of the things that we're going to be doing. I think one of the main things, as Larry mentioned, is that strategic plan that's coming up. There's going to be budgetary implications to some of what we do with this data. We all know, I mean, from the very beginning, we knew affordable housing and focus on economic development to create jobs, mental health, all the things that were talked about there, but this is just kind of the data behind that. As far as specific asks, I don't know, Natalie, for this specific presentation, Natalie or Larry, I don't know if you have any specific asks at this point.
Yeah, Natalie has her hand up. Thanks, Ifo. Yeah, you've this is some good stuff when we make move in that direction of affordable housing. Natalie, what did you need from us from here today's presentation?
Mr. Mayor, members of council, Natalie Green for the record. This is mostly informational. We will take this data and staff will work on some goal setting and a strategic plan for our federal funds. And then we will advertise that plan to the community at large to get feedback on those goals and priorities. And it'll really dictate how we spend that federal funding over the next 5 years. So your continued support and input through the public process is really all we need from you. Staff will send out that survey link again, and then as you have more input, feel free to reach out to us.
Very good. Okay, so looks like that will pretty much conclude, I presume. Is that right, Ifo? We don't have anything else, and pretty much ends our work session. So with that, what's that?
I move to adjourn.
I'd like to, Mr. Mayor, can I raise an issue that I'd like us to discuss in terms of, it's a timely issue. I'd like council to discuss a certain resolution for Tuesday's meeting.
Councilman Como, we probably can't discuss that with council because it hasn't been advertised, and we might be, well, let me turn to Jennifer. Jennifer, Councilman Como has an issue she'd like to discuss that I don't think we've discussed yet.
I don't necessarily want to discuss it, but I wanted, since I know that you have your agenda setting meeting today, that I think it's a timely issue that I'd like to propose a resolution to discuss for next regular meeting.
Yeah, as I mentioned, it's probably best that you discuss it at our council meeting so that the members of the council can hear it. And if the majority wants to put it on the agenda, we can do that. But they don't even know what it's about. And to discuss it now really is probably inappropriate because it's not on the agenda.
I mean, I hear you, right? And I'm certainly still trying to figure out how to get things on the agenda, whether it's, Mr. Mayor, you choose to put it or the council has consensus. And I'm just, because it's timely, given it's related to what Mayor Pro Tem, her statements at the beginning of the meeting today. And so I think it's a timely issue.
Yeah, no, I understand, but it's, this is a process that the other council members follow, and I think we need to stay consistent in that. And then to have it discussed right now when it hasn't been advertised, I think would be ill-advised to do.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so it's motion made by Councilor Sorg to adjourn. Do we have a second?
So moved by Flores.
Second by Flores. Christine, can you call the vote, please?
Mayor, if I may ask one quick question before we wrap up here.
What's that?
Just in terms of the process of putting, I know that during regular council meetings when we bring up items for discussion during councilor comments, that those comments usually, even if they include talk about a resolution, aren't advertised either, right? And so I'm just wondering what the difference is between a regular council meeting and a work session and bringing up comments that weren't advertised on the agenda.
Yeah. So in the city council meeting, there's a specific portion for councilor comments, which there is none in this. Typically, then the council members are given kind of like a skeleton idea of what it is that they want to discuss, and that's kind of where the consensus comes from. So Councilor Bencomo is welcome next council meeting to maybe have Christine have it, and at the time we have council comments, and they can send a quick email. Everyone can see what it is she wants to talk about, and then if it looks like the majority of you want that on the council meeting for a vote, then we'll have it placed.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. That helps. And regarding, when we want to bring a resolution up for consideration or placement on the agenda, but when we were in person, we could physically distribute that to the council members. But in this virtual environment, what is the appropriate way to do that during a council meeting? Would that be distribution via email during the council meeting once it's brought up? What are your thoughts on that?
Probably give that to Ifo or Christine, probably Ifo. And then he'll have Christine at the time, then when council comments are coming up, probably send out an email at that time. And that way they can discuss it at that moment.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. I appreciate the clarification. Just wanted to make sure we're all on the same page. So thank you so much.
Absolutely.
Mayor, as long as we're talking about this, I would be in favor of adding to work sessions a comment period at the end for the council too in the future.
Okay. All right. Mayor Pro Tem, do you have a hand up?
I do, Mayor. Thank you. I just want to clarify. So during this virtual environment, it would not be a rolling quorum if the day of the person, like say, for example, I forward a resolution, I speak to you prior to that, and you say, bring it to council. It could be done in two ways. Public comment, councilor comment at the end, but if it's a timely thing, are you saying that we can email everybody the resolution at that point?
No, I said send it to Ifo is what I had mentioned.
Send it to,
yeah.
And then you send it to all of us?
Well, at the time of council comments, he probably would have Christine send it out minutes before we start our council comments.
Before council comment.
Yeah,
okay.
You know how, we have an idea of when it's going to happen. Usually there's a process, and then send it out right as, like usually I start the comments, right? So Christine can send it out right there. Then let's say you have something you want to say, well, Christine probably just emailed you just minutes ago. And if it's something there that I want to have on the agenda, then yeah, I can put it on there. But I've had my discussion with Councilor Bencomo, and I don't feel it's appropriate right now. Now, if she can, and the majority of you choose to do that, but that'll be for the next council meeting.
I'll do what you are suggesting, Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, so Christine, you want to call the vote? Roll call, please.
This is on the motion to adjourn the work session. Councilor Beta-Stuvey?
Yes.
Councilor Vasquez?
Yes.
Councilor Bencomo?
Yes.
Councilor Sorg?
Yes.
Councilor Flores?
Yes.
Councilor Gandara?
Yes.
Mayor?
Yes. Okay, we're adjourned. It's 5:46 p.m. So I'll still stay on, Christine. But the rest of you, you're welcome to listen in. If not, I'll see you guys soon. You have a meeting tonight, don't you, Councilor Flores? Or no? Oh, I thought she did.
She ran.
Oh, yeah, 6 o'clock.
Okay, I'm ready when you are.
Okay, this is the agenda setting meeting for the January 19th, 2021 City Council meeting. Number 1, consent.
1 consent.
2, non-consent.
2 non-consent.
3, non-consent.
3 non-consent.
4, non-consent.
4 non-consent.
5, consent.
5 consent.
6, consent.
6 consent.
Wait a minute. This one here. Okay, so 5 was consent. 6 is non-consent. I'm sorry.
Okay, 6 non-consent.
7, non-consent.
7 non-consent.
8, consent.
8 consent.
9, non-consent.
9 non-consent.
10, non-consent.
10 non-consent.
11, non-consent.
11 non-consent.
12, consent.
12 consent.
13, consent.
13 consent.
14, non-consent.
14 non-consent.
And 15, consent.
15 Well, 15 is a first read, so it would be non-consent.
It is? Let me see. Oh, yeah, sorry. Just making sure.
No, I am. Thank you so much.
All right, thanks. See you all later.